Let's see here. All right, Vestas. Welcome to Tony Talks Vested Up, Compelling Sports Edge. Make sure you're going to get your notes, your drink, and your vest. Because here we are day two. I'm still following the updates regarding the Karmelo Anthony live stream out of no live stream out of the courthouse, but I'm following one of the local television stations online getting updates. And yes, I got some very critical updates from tomorrow. But before I go into that, let me go ahead and say, welcome, Vestas, to the room. We are still here, day 73. We are still screaming, free Karmelo Anthony. We don't have no fatigue. We're here for the long fight. We are here. I see the notifications is going out. We are here. Let me go ahead and check this audio clip because it is Friday. Day 2, the hearing for Karmelo Anthony motion for a new trial continues. And out of the bombshell first day of Karmelo Anthony motion for a retrial, the Metcalf twins were exposed. Let's keep going. Today, we'll continue our deep dive into the Karmelo Anthony motion for a new trial, specifically focused on the Metcalf twins, the testimony surrounding the confrontation, and what the court records actually reveal. No rumors. We don't have to worry about that no more. We don't have to worry about no assumptions. We are focusing on the facts that came out in the transcripts, that came out in Mike Howard's affidavit, that came out in court yesterday from the defense led by appellate lead attorney Russell Wilson. No rumors, no assumptions. We are focusing on the facts contained in the legal record and separating documentation information from allegations, interpretations, and unanswered questions. But I cannot guarantee that I'm definitely not going to speculate, because I'm going to speculate on a lot of things, because this is what they've been doing regarding Karmelo Anthony for the last 16 months. And even now, they're still speculating about Karmelo Anthony and what happened under that tent, instead of doing their own research and reading the transcript. So y'all, forgive me, it is Friday. If the trolls come in the room, just ignore them. And hopefully, if they be quiet enough, they will be able to learn something that Fox News and all of their underground domestic terrorist groups and apps have not filled them in. I think that's why they coming over here. I really think that's why they coming over here and still coming under the videos in our space. But if you go come in here, make sure you are well behaved and respectful, okay, to all of the distractors, okay? But let's go to continue. Matter of fact, let me go and pull up my sources. Hey, how y'all doing, investors? Happy Friday, investors. Happy Friday. And as I say, it has been some updates come out of the courtroom today. Now, worst case scenario, we may not hear the judge's determination, because since he was not the original judge over the first trial, by law, he is giving or is required to look over all of the court transcripts and proceedings, and also take what he heard today, day 1, day 2, and y'all, I'm hearing it could even be a day 3 tomorrow. So hey, as long as he is being due diligence and letting both sides, the defense and the prosecution, because right now the prosecution is calling their own witnesses into Karmelo Anthony motion for a retrial. And guess who the first witness for the prosecution was? Maybe it was strategic, maybe it was foolish, but it was the own prosecution, Bill Wirskye. Okay, but I'm gonna bring you that. Let me go and pull up my sources. But welcome, investors. Now I will say this: for 73 days, we have been here together. So if you type anything in the comments, please type in lowercase. My eyes are getting real sensitive. Hey, that's just part of the business. But please type in lowercase, because sometimes with this lights up here, my eyes are starting to get real sensitive. But hey, we're still in the fight. But let me go in and pull this up here, because Fox News, hold on. Hey, do y'all know? And thank you, Vesta. You know who you are. Thank you, Vesta. Do y'all know that Jeff Metcalf did an interview last night? Oh, why Jeff Metcalf? I'm gonna go straight into that. Why Jeff Metcalf acted like he was surprised of what came out about his sons? Yeah, you hear me right. Jeff Metcalf said it out of his own mouth. Jeff said out of his own mouth that some of the things that he heard about his sons yesterday, because we are going to do a recap on that in the beginning. Jeff Metcalf said some of the things he knew about, some of the things they handled behind the scenes as a family. But Jeff said that he didn't know some of the things about his sons. I said, what? I said, Jeff, do you really want us to believe that? But if that is true, Megan Metcalf, the mother of those demon seed sons of hers, based off the volume of evidence that came out of discovery. Forget about text messages. Forget about the volumes of police records, juvenile records, arrest records. Listen, I don't care. They can pull up Karmelo Anthony, and I'm being unbiased right now. They can pull up every text message from Karmelo Anthony phone that may look, let's say, odd to them. But we are not going to forget about the volumes of documented facts about the Metcalf twins, both of them, Austin and Hunter, both of them. Demons, what the? But let me go back and pull up my source. But Jeff Metcalf. Thank you to the Vesta that sent me the link to that interview. Jeff Metcalf got on stage last night with an interview to I did have respect for this host here. I still got a little bit of respect because he was going in the right direction. He definitely was going in the right direction until he started playing with the words at the end of the live. When he said, I know that it's hard for you to hear what they saying about your sons. You got to relive it if it's true or not. To these big mainstream media channels, let me tell you something. I understand you can't do everything like independent content creators because we value the integrity. We value and try to bring all of the facts to you. Even though we're not perfect, we try to double check, triple check, and make sure the sources are valid. So to these mainstream media hosts and platforms, I know you got a team. I know you got a team, but you must hold your team to the fire to bring you everything. If they're going to bring you some things, make sure they bring you everything. We'll talk about that later. But let me just go ahead and check out. Let me go do a update real quick. Let me see here. And then I'm going to tell you exactly some of the things that's been going on in the courtroom today. And then I get into the video. Let me go ahead and make sure that the algorithm know who I am and what I'm talking about. One second. But welcome, Vestas. Welcome. As I stated, when I came on live, they just went back into the courtroom after their lunch break. Okay. And let me get to the comments. Oh, what? I got a mod. Maybe this is a mod texting me. Okay. One second. So as I say, if you're just coming into the room, worst case scenario. So it has not been no update as of now. They probably still, okay, no update as of now from Alex Boyer. But worst case scenario, the judge may decide that he is going to, I forgot the word, but he may decide to take all day tomorrow to go over all of the testimonies from day 1 and day 2. He may decide to no fresh. He may decide tomorrow to take all day to actually deliberate and review all the documents and all the documents from the first case, and come back Monday to actually give his decision to grant Karmelo Anthony a new trial or deny him a new trial. But based on how it's going, I'm not going to guarantee it, but spiritually I'm going to guarantee that Karmelo Anthony will have a new trial. And the information that's come out about the twins has been so damning that even some of the trolls and the distractors say, yeah, they wish for a new trial too. See, See, one thing about us, we're able to actually sit back and be objective and subjective. And in things like this, when I say, hey, I don't care, go ahead and they can echo and repeat everything in Karmelo Anthony's phone. I don't care. I don't care. But one thing they're not going to find where Karmelo Anthony was racist. They're not going to find where Karmelo Anthony was beating up females at the age of 10. One thing they're not going to find is Karmelo Anthony was banned from a teacher's room less than 24 hours before the event. What they're not going to find is Karmelo Anthony at 10 years old beat up another black female and put her in the hospital because of shoulder trauma. What they're not going to find is Karmelo Anthony saying in his phone that he had an issue with violence, that he had an issue with addiction, that he had an issue with lust. What they're not going to find in Karmelo Anthony's phone, where Karmelo Anthony, and catch what I'm about to say, you may already know this, but what they're not going to find where Karmelo Anthony has proof in his phone that he even attacked his own mother. Do you know that Austin, when they went through Austin's own phone, this beast, this thug, this degenerate, this Chucky, any bad word you want to label. I know they say don't talk about the dead, but he was evil. He even had footage of him targeting other black people, males and females. I'm assuming that was maybe his corn. Maybe he loved it violent so much, he used to go back and look at it and just fantasize for the next victim. That's one thing that they say they did not find in Karmelo Anthony phone. That boy had issues. Do y'all know, and I gotta bring this up, that it was CBS News last night. They did a small little summary of what came out of the court. And y'all, they really didn't even mention Karmelo Anthony. They even summarized the horrible stuff about Austin Metcalf, where Metcalf, they got suspended. Austin got suspended, or the twins got suspended. And the very next day, they got proof in their phone where they said that they was go back to school and light up the place. If it's a lie, CBS News said it. If it's a lie, CBS News said it. That Austin or Hunter, when they got suspended one time, because it's been many times. It's been many times they've been suspended. That's why I said when Jeff lied up there, Megan lied up there, Hunter lied up there and said that the twins had a 3.9 GPA. I knew that was a lie, not based off them issues they had. After one time they got suspended, they had in their phone that they was gonna go to school and light up the place. And you know what I'm exactly talking about. They said it was gonna go back to school and light up the place. Like, what was that school? Oh my gosh. That means Texas. And I think I'm going to pronounce this right. Uvalde. Remember about 2 or 3 years ago, Uvalde, they had a school, bang, 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 bang happen. They even said they was going to go to school and bang, 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 bang up the place. Y'all, Texas, Collin County, I don't know how you're going to take this, but y'all should be thanking God that Austin, how can I say it? And I'm trying to be sensitive, was stopped from doing something terribly, because based off the history and the packet of documented issues from Austin, he was getting worse and worse by the day, by the month. I showed you yesterday, 2 weeks on March the 22nd of 2025. Was he suspended or was he banned from the class? Hold on, let me pick this up. But y'all know what I'm talking about if you was in here last night. Karmelo Anthony, he actually have saved a lot of other people from getting beat on and jumped on. They said that Austin and the twins was so bad, they was jumping on people at the basketball games. You know what? The whole entire district of Collins County, Frisco, wherever it lay, all of those parents need to file their own suit against Frisk, whoever, the school district, because they allowed these bullies to be in the classrooms harassing teachers. He got banned out of a classroom for cussing out the teacher and got in the prone to fight the teacher. Man, let me tell you one thing. I don't care. Like I said, I don't care what Karmelo Anthony had in his phone. It doesn't even compare. It doesn't even compare what came out about the twins last night, including Hunter Metcalf, who is still walking the streets. Y'all, please be careful. Y'all, please be careful. Please be careful. Both of them got a history of violence, and it's documented. These are no rumors. These are no allegations. These are facts. These are facts. Let me start pulling up these pictures. Hold on. These are facts. Welcome to the room, Vestals. Welcome to the room. Oh my gosh. I just been digging up. I'm like, oh my gosh, screenshots. Let me go to my screenshots. Yo. Oh my goodness. Well, welcome to the room, Vestals. Welcome to the room. Here's some of the statements that we found yesterday. Here's some of the statements. Oh my gosh. Y'all, this was terrible. This was live updates. Yesterday, y'all. These are some of the things that came out yesterday that I discovered almost at the end of the live. Defense attorney Russell Wilson is now asking Mike Howard. This is yesterday. So yesterday, and I just want to let you know, the defense did rest this morning. I'm going to say about 2 hours or maybe 1 hour before lunch. So that is very important, because that means that when it ended yesterday afternoon, it said that Bill Russell, the defense, had 12 witnesses, not meaning that all 12 witnesses was going to appear in court physically to testify. Some of them, they testified in a affidavit. So the defense rested this morning. So physically, as for what I know of, 3 witnesses called to the stands. That was Jackson. He was the OP, public information officer. And then he had Mike Howard. And then this morning they started with Toby Shook, and then they rested. And then the prosecution got up before lunch, and their first witness was Bill Wirskye. So as of right now, the state is still calling witnesses to the stands. But yesterday, this is some of the my damning things that came out about the twins. And this is documented. Defense attorney Russell Wilson yesterday was asking Mike Howard, the attorney for Karmelo Anthony, during his trial about the statements he collected during the discovery phase. And something else. Do y'all know Karmelo Anthony first trial did not go through? I want to make sure I turn up my mic. Karmelo Anthony first trial did not go through a pre-trial process, meaning all the evidence that we heard in that grainy video. I said, well, why would Mike Howard allow this grainy video to go through court? This 2D diagram that we ate up and chewed up and spit out had Austin's name was missing on the case number, was wrong, and all of the evidence. Y'all, guess what? Collin County, they didn't allow Karmelo Anthony the pre-trial process. That means all the evidence that they brought, all the evidence that they brought in a trial, the defense never got an argument to even request to suppress or reject or say the evidence was inadmissible or try to get the evidence kicked out. So the only reason that distorted video got to the trial is because Collins County did not even give Karmelo Anthony a pre-trial process. They just said, hey, yep, he going to court. That's it. He'll get court. We just give him a court date. Y'all, oh my gosh. But moving forward, those statements are being shown on the screen in the courtroom. Now, this is what Russell Wilson put on the screen. Now, regarding those text messages, so let me put this out here, disclaimer. The narrative around in Karmelo Anthony text messages, that was a narrative from the prosecution, from the states, because Bill Wirskye said he wasn't going to do no PowerPoint presentation. He wasn't going to show anything. He basically was shooting off of the hip. Now, Mr. Wilson, the defense side of the house, they actually had proof of what they were saying. So what I'm trying to say regarding those text messages, I'm pretty sure that the state, just like Mike Howard said, the prosecution took Karmelo Anthony text messages out of context. But we got proof of this here. The statements include an offense report about graffiti incidents involving the N-word, text messages that use slang for Hispanic boys from Austin Metcalf, twin brother Hunter, and the messages negatively referring to other track students from Independent High School. So independent students and staff, do y'all know that y'all also was being called derogatory statements when y'all went up on the stands and y'all was the state witness? Do y'all know who y'all was protecting and lying for on the stand, hypothetically, allegedly? Let's keep going. Coaches told Austin and other shot putters that they were not able to attend the April the 2nd, 2025 track meet because they got in trouble. Look, March the 22nd, 2025. I wonder what that trouble was. But look what the coach said. The coach later said it was a threat to get his attention. Coach Starr, I think that's your name. Coach Starr. If you would not have been playing mind games and elementary games with known bullies, Austin Metcalf probably would have been alive. Because Bex, you said it was just a threat. And we know it was you that told Austin and Hunter and all those other shot put boys to come there and to be leaders. Now, looking at those text messages, matter of fact, I may need to go back and look at the text messages that he sent Austin the morning of or the night before. Based off the history of these boys, they should have been kicked out of every school extracurricular activity since they were in middle school. How did the school even allow these boys to be in sports with a background like this? That's why I said all of the parents should have a school board, a town hall, and make all of their feelings and hesitations known to the district, to the school district, on who they let in the halls. Man, let me tell you one thing. This is what I do know. If Karmelo Anthony was black, or any young black boy in your family, a black girl in your family, there is no way they still would have been in school. They would have been kicked out of school, probably sent to an alternative school, or just kicked out of school and say, hey, your kid cannot not come back because they are a nuisance and a terrorist in this hallways. Let's keep going. Coach told Austin, we all read that. Austin, listen, Austin also reportedly used the N-word in a conversation with his brother about Eddie Para. Yes, the Eddie Para we know of, who was the person that Anthony knew under Memorial High School tent. Wherever Eddie was. Eddie, how do you feel about this information coming out about the twin that you protected and lied for on the stands? But maybe you know this. Maybe you knew this about the twins, because other information that's not in this document said that Austin had footage on his phone, along with the footage where he allegedly came out of the courtroom, that he jumped on his own mother. He choked out his own mother. Besides that footage or text messages, it was footage of Austin or Hunter, one of the two. They was chasing a black boy in a house, threatening to beat him or threaten him. Who are the black families in Collin County that is letting their black boys and daughters around these bullies to be used as targets for racial epithets, slangs, torture, horror stuff? Austin kept the footage on his phones of targeting black boys and girls. Let me keep reading, y'all. This is a horror story, y'all. I'm watching my words today. It's Friday. Let's keep going. And he used the N-word in a Snapchat group chat on the day before the stabbing. Now, Mississippi, to the family of Nolan Wells, keep pushing. Keep pushing. keep pushing. Because Snapchat group, even though these kids think it's gone, no, it's only gone from the interface that you're using. It's still in the cloud. To the Nolan Wells family, keep pushing. Keep pushing. Snapchat got it. Snapchat got it. Oh, Snapchat got it. Keep pushing. Keep pushing. Hunter. Next, Hunter was reportedly banned before the teacher's classroom on the day before the S word of his brother, Hunter. Why Jeff Metcalf ain't say this? Why Hunter ain't say this when they out there on the driveway trying to get sympathy from white America? Is that rain? Yeah, that's rain. The microphone picking up everything. And while Megan Metcalf ain't talk about this in her kitchen and out there in the driveway that your son was banned from a teacher's classroom on the day before the S word, which was a Tuesday because the S word happened on a Wednesday. Yo boys acting up in the beginning of the week. Let me keep going. I'm put too much common sense in this. He was suspended multiple times over the years. This is Hunter now. This is Hunter. He was suspended multiple times over the years, including once for profanity towards a teacher and once for posturing for fighting. I'm going to say towards a teacher. Records. Now, Jeff, you lied on this, Jeff. Jeff, you still lying. Jeff, you still lie. When you told Court TV Vinny P, I'm going to call him Vinny P because I can't pronounce his last name. He's Italian. You said that the information that came out about your sons was 6-7 years ago. Not according to this. 2025, 2024, 2023. What are we talking about? 2025, 2023, 2024. Jeff, you can't add or subtract. Jeff, this is not 6 years ago. This is not 7 years ago. No. This was last year, a month before the S word. This right here, once again, 2023, 2025, 2024. Jeff said all this information that came out about his sons was 6 to 7 years ago. No, what he was saying was, I forgot. He did tell the truth on one of those things when it talked about how they beat up a young girl when they was 10 years old. A black female they put in the hospital at the age of 10 years old. I'm gonna get to that. Hunter was reportedly banned from the teacher's classroom on the day before the S word. He was suspended multiple times over the year, including once for profanity towards the teacher this time, and once for posturing to fight. I'm going to say a teacher. Records from 2023 shows Austin bullied another black student. He had issues with blacks and cheerleaders. He had issues with blacks and women, I'm going to say. Definitely women. He beat up. Let me keep reading. You don't believe me? Let me keep reading. But was not disciplined. So why Austin was not disciplined for bullying another black student? What's going on, Memorial High School? You're supposed to protect your minority high school. That means somebody needs to file an investigation into how Memorial High School protect their, how can I say it? What does it say? Protected class of students, which is minorities, which is blacks and females. We got an issue, Memorial High School, along with the school district, Memorial High School, you have undocumented discipline for people that has behavioral problems. Y'all, can y'all understand now how many parents may feel safe now to come out and tell the world what Austin and Hunter did to their kids, unrelated to the Karmelo Anthony case? Do you know how many parents has also been praying and is now relieved that the pressure that they've been holding in regarding the Metcalf twins have been released, along with the parents now that is tossing and turning, who got up on the stands, their kids got up on the stands and lied for the Metcalf family. Imagine the number of families that is relieved in Collin County, that Lord have mercy, the truth have gotten out about these twins. And now I can tell my own account on how the Metcalf twins, they bullied my daughter, they bullied my son, they bullied my white daughter, my white son, my black daughter, my black son. Do you know how many parents have been relieved because this information came out? Hundreds. Let's keep going. Because I want to get to the video. He was, let's see here. In March of 2020, once again now, Austin. So this tells me at least twice in March, the month before Austin lost his life. He had got in trouble up here. He had got in trouble in March 22nd, whatever that is. I don't know what it is. And also in March 2025, a month before he was unalive, he was ordered to stay away from a different black student that he was accused of bullying. Let me tell you one thing, Mike Howard, I don't care what Karmelo Anthony had in his phones. I don't care. I would have rolled the dice and said, prosecutor, I ain't signing nothing. We finna go head for head, fist to fist in this courtroom, because I know whatever Karmelo Anthony had in his phone doesn't even compare to the information I'm giving you out here. And this is not even all of it. This is no lie. Legal docs talk. This is not all of it, because when she came out of that courtroom yesterday, she had other stuff that is not even captured by Fox 4. She was the one that came out and said that Austin had proof in his phone that he choked out his own mother. They was putting hands on their mother. So if they put hands on their mother, I know they don't put hands on Jeff. Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure they broke Jeff's shoulder, just like everybody assumed that they did. Oh my gosh. Let me keep going. I want to get to the videos. Both Austin and Hunter was accused of threatening to hit cheerleaders, females. There is a report of an assault they actually hit an assault on a female student in 2024. And when the twins were 10, y'all, when the twins were 10, they were accused of frequently targeting a specific, I'm going to say black female classmate. She ended up in the hospital, black or white, a Latino or whatever it was. She ended up in the hospital at the age of 10 for shoulder trauma after Hunter, ain't no allegedly, pushed her. Now, if these boys had enough force at the age of 10 to push a female to give her trauma in the shoulder, imagine the force that they was hitting Karmelo Anthony with when he picked up anything in a split second and hit Austin with him to get him off of him. Just imagine the force they was hitting Karmelo Anthony with at the age of 17 at 6'1", 6'2", over 200 plus pounds. They had an extra 100 pounds on Karmelo. So if they had listen for real, listen to what I'm saying. If they had enough power to put a girl in the hospital at 10, 7 years later, at the weight of over 200 plus pounds and of 6'1", and it's two of them. Imagine the pounding that Karmelo Anthony sustained, and the bastards in Collins County, you altered the arrest photos to hide all of the bruises when we know for sure now that y'all know who the Metcalf twins was, and you had to cover up Karmelo Anthony bruises and swelling in the face. Everybody should be sued from the top down and to the bottom up. Everybody should be, including law enforcement, because y'all altered that arrest photo to hide what the Metcalf twins did to Karmelo under the tent. Now we got proof even law enforcement knew about the graffiti, the bullying, the harassment. Even it got so bad that Austin or Hunter, but we know for sure Hunter, it got so bad that his parents had to put him in some type of camp, some type of mental camp. Even it got so bad that Austin was saying that he didn't understand why he was doing some things. Austin said he didn't even understand why he was doing some. That young man, you know what? I put this on the parents. Once again, I'm going back to Jeff and Megan Metcalf. Your son, at the age of 10, both of them was showing that something mentally in the brain was not developed properly, and they had issues with what is it called? They didn't. Oh gosh, what is it? Impulse. You know, okay, now it makes sense regarding that foundation that Jeff Metcalf did in the name of Austin Metcalf Foundation, AME, and no AMF. Now it makes sense. Now thinking about that, Jeff Metcalf made that foundation in the name of Austin because he knew, just like Megan said, oh Lord, just like when Megan said she know who her sons were, Jeff knew who his sons were. And I'm pretty sure Jeff probably thinking back, because I ain't gonna give no credit to Megan. Jeff is probably thinking, we could have prevented this. We saw the signs. We already had the police records. We saw the history of bullying. We were called to the schools about the bullying, the hitting, the slapping, the threats. And I really think that he feels remorseful because his son lost his life because of his actions. And the parents saw this. Now, trust me, I'm not giving him no credit, but Jeff is really rethinking that they should have stopped this a long time ago. Austin, in his phone, it was proof that this young man said, I don't know why I'm doing the things that I'm doing. He said, I got an addiction to violence. I got an addiction and I got an issue with lust. And I'm going to say this right here. Read between the lines. I would not be surprised now that the pipe has bust in Collin County. Parents are going to come out with their own accounts, or they're probably going in having their own group so they can just get everything off their chest. I will not be surprised if some young ladies or some young men start talking about what Austin or Hunter may have done to them in an inappropriate way, because Austin confessed in a video or text messages that he had an issue with lust. And we can tell he had some issue with females because he would beat and target females. Woo! I would not be surprised if it comes out that Austin had an issue in a very inappropriate ways with both males and females, because he said he had an issue with lust. He said it. I didn't say it. He said it. I wouldn't be surprised, y'all. But let me keep going. He had an issue with girls. Now had an issue with girls since the age of 10. And it kept going and going and go. Even they said their hands are bisexual. What? So they all jumped on men and women, boys and girls. They didn't care. They had no filter. They had no gauge of right and wrong. That, you know what? Karmelo Anthony. There is so many people probably hate that it happened per se, you know, because he still was a young boy, and probably with the right medication and counseling and therapy, he may have changed his ways. But do you know how many people is so happy that their kid probably got peace since Austin has been removed from the equation because he was bullying other kids? Other young kids in Collin County is sleeping better because Austin was unalived. Here's the proof right here. Who you think he was? If he was targeting students, I'm gonna say teachers, you know, here's the proof. He was targeting other kids. Man, this is bad. Here we go. Austin and Hunter was reportedly kicked out of football games for wanting to beat up kids. Y'all, besides the parents, they said many parents went to the school board and the school begging them to do something about the twins. They said black and white was going to the schools to say, please do something about the Metcalf twins. And both Jeff and Megan and Hunter, they got up their line and said, oh, my kids was loved by the whole entire community. Oh, the community is that. Do you know how many people in the community was on their knees saying, God, I'm sorry it happened the way it did, but my kid can live another day because one of the Metcalf twins is not here no more. Here's the proof. Here's the proof. let me pull up this. Let me go ahead and pull this up right here. I want you to hear the interview that Jeff did last night. Hold on. And thank you to the investor that sent me this, because I didn't know Jeff. Jeff on Without Talking again, y'all. Jeff on Without Talking again. Hold on. Jeff Metcalf on Without Talking again. In less than 24 hours, within hours after court let out, Jeff Metcalf on Without Talking again. Hold on. Let me find this video. Give me 1 second. Now, a storm is overhead. So if the audio and video get glitchy, don't worry. I'm just gonna have to refresh and come back in, but don't go nowhere. Cause hold on, matter of fact, let me check this website here. But yo, let me check this website. I got it up. Let me see if I got any. Let's see here. Let me see if I got any updates. The last update that came out of 21 minutes ago, Wirskye's testimony resumed. So as of right now, everybody is back in court and the judge is on the bench. Prosecutor Bill Wirskye has resumed his testimony. He talked about the pretrial meetings with the judge and the attorneys, security procedures, and the temperature of the case. Y'all, how can some shout out to Legal Docs Talk. She came out and reported that they had over 12 undocumented meetings about this case. The defense, the prosecution, and the judge. When did the judge come be so involved in a case? 12 undocumented meetings about the case. AG Ken Paxton, U.S. Representative Pat Fallon. Who was the roach working for? Who was the roach working for? I know everybody didn't put their career and their reputation and integrity on the line for a Metcalf. When I said now that you can't, and when I said they want us to believe that Karmelo Anthony threw away his life and his future for Austin Metcalf, now those words are so much larger than what it was when I made that over 45 days ago, because today is 73. So here's another update. He said the reason they were not having court settings about the Karmelo Anthony. Well, no. Let me start over again. Bill Wirskye said the reason they were not having court settings was that Karmelo Anthony would need to be present in court, and they was concerned about the threats to his safety. Y'all, if you wasn't in the live last night, at the end of the live, it came out that Karmelo Anthony, if the court trial was only 4 days, he may been in there at 1 or 2 days. Karmelo Anthony was not even in his own, sitting in the seat in the courtroom for probably half of 75% of his own trial, because they said out of concerns of threats. Bill Wirskye said there was discussions about limiting public access to the trial, and both parties were in complete agreement during these discussions. He noted that the defense did not make any objections or bring it up during Antony's arraignment. He said if they move forward with the official pretrial hearing, a lot of the character evidence would come up in the public domain, and that would have tainted the jury pool. Wirskye said both sides agreed to that. Now, that part I may agree with, because as we went over here in Tony Talks Vested Up lecture room, we did hear about and learn about jury misconduct. So I can see that. However, you could have had a closed door proceedings to go over the evidence regarding character evidence. So let's not lie. And Mike Howard, once again, you agreed to this. You agreed to this. Let me pull up this, oh my Lord. Let me pull this up. Let's see, 44, okay. Let me pull up this YouTube video. Jeff Metcalf talked to a channel last night. Hold on. I want to play this interview. Of course, I'm not going to play the whole thing, but fair use. Jeff Metcalf wanted us to believe that he didn't know about all these things about his son. his son. He said, some things I knew about, but other things I didn't. I said, Jeff, what? You didn't know about your... Okay, hold on. Jeff Metcalf. And thank you, Vestas. Jeff even went on Fox News, y'all. Jeff went on Fox News last night. Hold on. Let me go to my email real quick. Jeff matter of fact, let me play this one first. Let's hear what he went on Fox News and said. Hold on. What did he say on Fox News? What did Jeff say on Fox News last night?
Good afternoon and live from Texas. This is the Will Cain Show. We begin with a Fox News alert. You're looking now at new courthouse sketches of Karmelo Anthony, who was in court today in an attempt to get a new murder trial. Antony, of course, was convicted of murdering 17-year-old Austin Metcalf by stabbing him during a track meet in April 2025. He was sentenced to 35 years in prison. Today, a Texas judge ruled in favor of a defense motion to recuse trial judge John Roach from overseeing the appeals process. The defense has accused Judge Roach of not being impartial during the Antony trial. They point to an interview he gave in June where Roach said he believed the trial was fair and defended the dismissal of 3 black.
1 second. Let's see what Jeff says.
It really didn't faze me. It's just another part of the procedure. It's a normal step.
Hey, Todd, Jeff, good to see you both. Thank you.
Good to see you again, Will.
Jeff, let's go inside the courtroom. How did you feel today when you heard that Judge Roach had been recused?
It really didn't faze me. It's just another part of the procedure. It's a normal step. It doesn't change the facts of the case.
Damn, Judge Roach, you heard what Jeff said. He said it didn't faze you. So everything you did, John Roach, for this family, Jeff Metcalf said it didn't faze him. Let's go.
To me, I don't care which judge presides over the proceedings because it doesn't change the facts.
But why, Todd? Why was Judge Roach recused?
Well, I think, Will, that the judge that was appointed to hear the motion to recuse felt like the interview itself may have given rise to an air of impropriety. It looks like he had already made a judgment. Judge was not going to be impartial throughout the appeals.
Hey, do y'all see what's going on? Jeff has learned, and I'm going to play this. Jeff has learned to don't do all the talking. Have a lawyer there. That's his lawyer there speaking with him, okay?
Process, and I think in an abundance of caution, at least in my opinion,
Shapiro,
that the presiding judge decided Roach should...
Hold on, y'all. Do y'all see this right here? The lawyer sitting up there with Jeff Metcalf on Fox News, he is a criminal defense attorney. Why has Jeff Metcalf hired a criminal defense attorney, y'all? Oh my goodness. Jeff Metcalf has hired a criminal defense attorney. Let me get my notes. Hold on.
Should be removed from the proceeding going forward because they didn't want another issue to come up on an appeal.
But based upon that 18-minute interview he gave to local news, wherein he said he thought that the jury got it right. He said that, though, because he said he thought the jury based it upon the facts and the jury was properly selected. It did not sound like he was giving his opinion on the verdict, but rather on the process of the trial. So how does that make an impartial judge?
I will tell you, I tend to agree with you, but saying the phrase, they got it right, could absolutely lead someone to believe that he thinks that Karmelo got what he deserved. And the problem that happened here is it was 2 days after the appeal was filed. It was just days after the end of the trial. And he was still had jurisdictional control over the next steps in the trial. And by making those public comments, I believe that the presiding judge just thought it was too much and it would be best to move in a different direction.
Okay, Jeff says it doesn't matter because the facts don't change. First, one more as to what you saw unfold today. What did you think when you saw everybody celebrating, I believe in your words, like they won the Super Bowl?
What?
I mean, they can celebrate. If they want to consider it a win for their side, that's okay. I mean, the conviction is what I'm most concerned with, not a recusal of a judge. My main focus right now is the Austin Metcalf Foundation, and that's based on saving lives. And that's based on...
Y'all, do y'all see what Jeff is doing? Jeff is using, because he did the same thing on the court TV interview that I'm finna pull up. He is supporting and promoting his foundation for Austin Metcalf. He said he don't care nothing about the recusal of the judge. He said what he mostly care about is this foundation. Do y'all see he got the shirt on? That is the shirt that he's promoting. Let's keep going, Jeff.
Not having another parent be put in the position that I'm in or the Anthonys are put in. It hasn't been easy for either side. And the publicity that this case has generated is above normal. I mean, this is a nationwide, even some worldwide.
It definitely is.
In some places.
It is.
But as far as what happened today, it's just one step in a long journey. And it doesn't really change the facts. There's no new evidence. It's just one step that says, okay, we're going to take this judge out and find.
Oh, so this is the day after the recusal of judge. So he hasn't spoke about what came out of yesterday. But okay, gotcha. Okay, go ahead.
Judge.
Jeff, I've had several conversations together, gotten to know each other a little bit. I know that looking forward is a big part of where you want to be now, where your family wants to focus, the Austin Metcalf Foundation, honoring Austin's memory. But I also know that justice is important to you and that this case doesn't fade into the rearview mirror or come out with an unjust outcome. When you look to tomorrow and the potential for a new trial, what do you think about that? What could you hear tomorrow? What could, in your words, change the facts and change the outcome for Karmelo Anthony?
Well, I mean, that's a speculative answer. So, I mean, I don't deal with a lot of what ifs. I deal with a lot of what is. So what is tomorrow? Tomorrow is a decision if he gets a new trial or not. And we'll go from there. If he gets one, great. The facts are still the same. We had 35 witnesses. If we need to call 35, we will. He brought a knife to a track meet, not supposed to, went to a tent where he didn't belong, was asked to leave over 15 times, got pushed in the shoulder and immediately stabbed someone in the chest.
Oh, Jeff. Do y'all see why I have an issue with Jeff? Once again, Jeff don't think that people is reading the transcripts. We have read the transcript. We already show that it is proof that there is a second wound that Karmelo Anthony more likely made than the one in the chest. And I'm still going to ask, who made the wound in the chest? Was that postpartum? Read between the lines. Was that postpartum? Or was somebody else hit Austin in the chest under the fight? Once again, Jeff, and now this is 24 hours ago. Once again, he is not talking about the wound in the abdominal. Oh my God, Jeff, he must not know the transcripts are out there, and we've been going through the transcripts.
And killed my son. That's it in a nutshell. We can try to.
And it was more than a push. It definitely was more than a push. A push.
Paint it whatever color you want to paint it. It's not going to change the facts. No matter what judge is presiding, no matter what lawyer is presenting the case, the facts are the facts.
And to that point, Todd, then the defense is looking for a new trial based upon what I can ascertain is two reasons. They want more access to the courtroom, presumably for supporters of Karmelo Anthony, and they want more background information, as laid out in these hearings, on Austin and Karmelo. Is any of this enough to get a new trial? To Jeff's point, one thing that is clear is we have the facts.
We do have the facts, and I would assume that something explosive, a bombshell of some sort, has to be introduced from the defense standpoint to say, look, this would have made this trial patently different had it been in evidence. Whatever reason why it wasn't should be course corrected. And now let's go back to the trial court so it can all be fully presented, which seems like a strange argument considering 30 or 60 days ago, you had a jury in the box, you had the lawyers, you had everybody prepared. So why was that evidence not brought up in the first trial? And it's got to be something substantial. It can't just be,
my God.
I don't like the way that.
So okay, Mr. Shapiro, the criminal, Jeff Metcalf now has a criminal defense attorney, just like the people down in Ocean Springs. Jeff Metcalf has a criminal defense attorney. Okay, we'll talk about that later. But so they don't know about the secret gentleman's agreement. Why is Todd Shapiro not talking about the secret gentleman's agreement that everybody knows about now? And is he this blind? Is he this incompetent? He doesn't know everything about the case. Why are you up here on Fox News talking about the case if you're not going to speak about it right? See, this is what the issue I have with Fox News, mainstream media. If you're going to talk about something, be unbiased, say the whole entire thing. But hey, maybe he's dumb. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe he's not filled in all the way. Okay, let's go.
Roach, talk to me during the trial. That's not enough to get a new trial. There's got to be a structurally legal argument to be able to get a new trial. And then again, as Mr. Metcalf said, even if the judge does rule that there's a new trial, they still have to deal with the same facts. Still got to deal with the same evidence.
Oh no, baby. Oh no, baby. No, we don't. Oh no. Oh no. Let me see how much left on this. About 2 more minutes. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, this lawyer right here. I have more information about this case than he does. So the same evidence. The prosecution said the only evidence he brought to trial was what I said, the distorted video. So that means that the defense we get now. Texas would have to release the undoctored crystal clear video. Oh no, that's new evidence. And then also the prosecution said the other evidence he was bringing to court was the witness testimony. That means no whole bars for, if Jeff said 35 people got on the stand, that means that the legal team will have no whole bars on 35 people that was not asked the hard questions. And then the prosecution said his last piece of evidence was the body cam. That means that the defense now will call back up the arresting officer, Officer Cortez, and ask him that question. Well, the prosecution got you stated in the first trial that your body cam microphone was very, very low. They will say, what is the procedure for all officers to check their body cam and microphone once you get on duty? And what is the protocol for you to make sure that your equipment is up to standards? See, because I have an issue with that. That means if Collins County does not have a written SOP on what officers need to do to safeguard their body equipment, aka body cam, and the integrity that they must hold in any incident regarding any defendant or assailant or alleged suspect, Officer Cortez, why was your body cam microphone on very, very, very low where you couldn't even say? He got up there on the stands and said that he didn't he went back and replayed the audio from the body cam, and even he said it was so low he couldn't even hear all the other things that Karmelo Anthony said. You are right. If you're finding Tony Talks Vested Up right now, the arresting officer, Officer Cortez, got on the stands. It's in the transcripts that we read word for word, page by page, even though it was dry, page by page, word for word. The arresting officer said that the body cam audio was so low in certain points of arresting Karmelo Anthony that he couldn't even make out what Karmelo Anthony was saying. So what if Karmelo Anthony was saying, yeah, I told him not to put his hands on me. He put his hands on me. What if Karmelo Anthony also said, they jumped me. It was multiple. I couldn't see it. I had to get out of there. Oh my gosh, they came up to me. But all of a sudden, you couldn't hear that part of the arresting officer's body cam. But what we did hear, what they spliced together, even they said on the stands, they had to remove the inaudible parts of Karmelo Anthony body cam they released to the public and played in the courtroom. We have an issue, Texas. We have an issue. Let me let this play.
Last question, at the risk of being speculative once again, or asking you to be speculative. What would it mean for you and for your family if, in fact, there was a new trial granted, to go through all of this again?
So?
Truthfully, Will?
So?
It's been the hardest thing I've ever had to go through in my life.
You just wait.
Just losing my son. Alone. Just that alone. It's the hardest thing I've ever had to endure. And I will tell you, there's no pain that a parent will ever feel that's deeper than this.
I can understand that.
So I wish this would never happen to anyone.
I can understand that. I can understand that.
I don't know I mean, I know there's nothing I could have done different.
Oh, yes,
But
y'all
when
could
you
have.
send your kid to school, you expect them to come home alive. Mine didn't.
Jeff, why you just didn't mention up there on Fox News? Come on, y'all. You know what? Let's not do this. Let's not do this, Metcalf family. Let's not do this. The truth has came out about your twins. The truth has come out. Jeff, why once again, this could have been his opportunity to say, you know what? Around the time the incident happened, both of my boys were suspended from school. Both of my boys should not have been at the track meet. One of my boys was banned out of a teacher's classroom. One of my boys had did this. One of my boys, matter of fact, you know what? Whoever, Fox News, you know what? Austin already had been kicked out of school several times in March. Matter of fact, you know what? Fox News, Austin Metcalf, a month before the trial, the month before his unaliving, he had arrested several other black students at school. Jeff, see, this is why I have very, very, very little remorse for this family here. Tell the truth. Tell the truth. Tell the truth. But see, this was the egotistical side of Jeff Metcalf, because at this time, he didn't know within 24 hours Mike Howard was going to release all of the information that Mike Howard got in discovery about his sons. Do y'all see how let's go ahead and play what Jeff Metcalf said last night after the information came out about his son in trial yesterday. Let me get that video up. Oh my God. Let me see here. Court. Let me see here. Let's see here. Let me bring up the other video. Did y'all see how Jeff was at that time? Let me bring up the other video. He's going to sit up there, still play the grieving father, which he probably is, but the grieving father, right? But you still ain't telling the world who your son is. That's what I have an issue for. Hold on, let me find this link right here. Let's see here. Thank you, Vestas, for everybody that's been sending me information behind the scenes. Let me find this video here. 1 second. Wait a minute. Let me see if I play this right here. Oh, that was Chris Como. Okay, hold on, y'all. It's coming up. Let me post this here. Chris Como. So it's Chris Como. So I'm sorry, Vinny. It was not you. Vinny. It was not you. My bad. It was Chris Como. It's the one that seems sympathetic regarding the Jeff Metcalf. Let me close this window here. Is this Chris? Come on. Hold on, y'all. Here we go, y'all. Hold on. Let me share my screen. Now, y'all saw how Jeff Metcalf, so that must have been after the first day when Judge Roach was accused. So did you see his posture, his confidence, or like there is? You saw how he responded and how he was talking to the audience on Fox News about his sons. Well, thank you again to the Vestas. This was 5 hours ago. Let's see how Jeff responded to all of the information that came out about his sons yesterday. Hold on, before I do that, let me check the website to see if I got any updates from Collin County. Let's see here. If anything else, 21 minutes ago. Now it's probably going to be 40 minutes ago. Bill Wirskye was still on the stands. Hold on. That was 45 minutes ago. Bill Wirskye was still on the stands. 21 minutes ago, the D threats have not slowed down. Let me show y'all this right here. As of right now, this is the latest information that came out regarding Karmelo Anthony. Today, he did appear in court in another cream suit, white shirt, gold tie. So 21 minutes ago, it came out that prosecutor Bill Wirskye said that the death threats did not slow down after the trial, especially now that additional hearings are underway. Let me ask Collin this. They must think we crazy. Who is giving them death threats? We don't care about them. Who we care about is Karmelo Anthony and the Anthony family. God is going to deal with everybody. We don't care about it. Who is sending them death threats? His reference to the sketch artist received threats and said that members of the media who received threats early this week chose not to return to court. Well, who threatened who? Get out here. Karmelo Anthony family and the new defense team are still being escorted to and from the courthouse by armed guys. Now, this is the family that is receiving the threats. This is the young man that's receiving the threats. Probably security is Karmelo Anthony. Wirskye also testified that people across the country has been arrested and prosecuted for making death threats. No, we haven't. Oh, I'm sorry, except for this fool here, including right ringer Jeff Lang, who allegedly threatened to his you see these words. I'm not going to say these words. But that's not coming from Karmelo Anthony supporters. That's coming from the other side. But let me go ahead and play this video here. So as of right now, that was the latest update 21 minutes ago. That means in Collins County, it is 2:54. Yesterday court ended around 4:30. So we still got some time to go through this stuff right here. So let me stop sharing. Let me pull up this video. And then we're going to see how Jeff acted with Chris Como last night or whenever it was. But let's go ahead and start this right here. And thank you, Vesta.
Pretty cut and dried early on. I mean, the case of Karmelo Anthony seemed pretty cut and dried early on. I mean, of course, there was this overlay of race because he was black and the other kids were white. But once you got into the facts, it seemed to be a pretty straight line analysis of a kid who decided to stab someone that he was in a disagreement with to death. The person he was disagreeing with was Austin Metcalf. And you'll remember the jury didn't have a single black person on it, and that was an issue, but the judge had dealt with it and said this case has nothing to do with race, so why would the race complexity of the jury matter? And that is true under the law. That is true under the law. You'd have to find that you were intentionally keeping people of a certain race off for a certain reason, and that didn't seem to be here. Now, though, that judge is gone, not because of that per se, but because of his extrajudicial comments, which is where he gave an interview after the case, and he was asked if he thought the jury got it right, and he said, yes, whatever they come up with, they got it right, and that hurt their client. And so
let me get on to Jeff Metcalf. Now, Jeff Metcalf, I didn't know that Jeff Metcalf has already hired a criminal defense attorney. So his attorney did not appear on this particular interview with Chris Como, okay? But this is recent. So they're going to talk about all of the disturbing information. I'm sorry, they're going to touch on it. That came out of court yesterday regarding the Metcalf twins. Now, what Chris Como is going to do, he's going to presume as if some of that information could be true or not, but I couldn't watch the end because he's going to go in more detail regarding the text messages that came out about Karmelo Anthony. Now, I phrase it like that. So for all the trolls in the room, this is why I'm phrasing it like this. The defense attorney, they brought proof of everything that they said about the Metcalf twins. Regarding Karmelo Anthony text messages, Bill Wirskye, he said he just echoed that out in public. He didn't show no proof of what he's saying was true. He said none of that. He just made up the narratives regarding the text messages. But Mike Howard, he even came back and said, the prosecution is giving you this narrative, but that is not true regarding Karmelo Anthony text messages. But come on to the stage, Jeff. I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about. Come on to the stage, Jeff. Let's see what he's going to say. And once again, he will be promoting Austin Metcalf Foundation. And I think, and watch, he's going to have a different attitude, different tone, different demeanor, because now he knows that everything about his sons, the one that has been unalive and the one that's still living, the truth has came out about this. So this is the stage for this interview here. Let's go.
Jeff Metcalf agreed and joined to come on to discuss it. Jeff, thank you for taking the time and the opportunity.
Thank you, Chris. Glad to be here with you tonight.
So you know everything I know and more. What do you make of the developments that we saw today?
I mean, it's another procedural trial hearing, just like yesterday for the judge. Today is for, talk about the retrial, if they're going to grant that or not. Yeah, information did come out. I'll be honest, as a father, I was disappointed, very disappointed.
Watch this.
And seeing those things. But at the end of the day, it's really about the facts of the case, because I have to relive this all over again. And no matter what the outcome of this is, my son's never coming home. So
I understand, and I think you've been incredibly strong in how you have stood up and what you've talked about and what you've said. And when you say it was disappointing, are you disappointed in what you heard, or are you disappointed that you heard it at all and that it's part of this situation?
Just disappointed as a father. I mean, we all want our children to be, the best they can be, and obviously we all fall short. But to see that information that I had never actually seen before, but I knew at some of the incidents we had dealt with it at home. But I'm just saying, I'm just very disappointed in what I saw from my sons, and it still doesn't change the facts of the case, and that's what. And this foundation.
Do y'all see he will not speak about the information that came out about his sons yesterday? He said, let's stick with the facts of the case. They want to stick with, and this lets me know he knew about that gentleman's agreement, because the gentleman's agreement kept saying, we're going to stay with and focus on what happened under the tent. Even we know now what happened under the tent still showed that Austin Metcalf was the aggressor and the one that put his hands on Karmelo Anthony. But you see how Jeff Metcalf won't even address the disturbing information that came out about his twins. But this is what he will address. Let me back this up. This is what Metcalf is most focused on now. Listen, he won't address the stuff that came out about his twins. That is public. I'm sorry. That's now in a court of law. It is in the transcripts. It was the disciplinary forms, information, the arrest records.
It still doesn't change the facts of the case, and that's what. And this foundation, because I'll be honest, when I left today, I was very angry when I left court. Well, one of the things I'm teaching with this foundation is impulse control, and de-escalation, and to regulate your emotions. Well, it took me 15 minutes today driving home to get my emotions in check. I can understand how people can make a split-second decision, and it can be the wrong one, and it can put someone in a grave or someone in a cell. And that's why this foundation is why I started it, the Austin Metcalf Foundation. So we don't have situations like this. So people don't feel like I feel today, because I'm telling you as a parent.
Well, hold on, Jeff. Hold on. How do you feel, Jeff? You say you was frustrated, you was mad. The only thing that came out of court yesterday about what the prosecution didn't want in the Karmelo Anthony first trial to come out about your sons. Why are you so upset about your sons? This is when Jeff supposed to had said, you know what, let me come clean. I knew this about my son since the age of 10, 8, 7, 5, whatever. And I have created this foundation because my sons had issues with their impulse. Jeff, this is the time to come clean. But once again, you're trying to, hey, listen, their supporters, white Americans and black Americans. If you support this family, just know they're not telling you the whole thing. It came out in court, and Jeff is still framing this as if this in the middle of the screen was a very good boy, when this boy was a monster to boys and girls. Look at this. It is documented. And even he said he had proof that he had issues with violence. Even he said, I don't even know the things that I'm doing. Even he said, I can't stop myself. This boy on the inside, look at this, on the inside in his brain, he was having issues with violence, addiction, and he even said lust. Jeff. Let me play this.
I don't ever want to feel this pain, and nor would I wish this upon my worst enemy. And to sit there and watch my son be dragged through the mud again today, the same stuff that was said for 14 months, if you want to try to assassinate character.
So this is proof. Everything that people have been saying for the last 14 months, Jeff just said basically is proof. And we just got that proof yesterday in court.
It's do what you think is right, but at the end of the day, the facts are very simple. He stabbed an unarmed child to death.
He can't even get it out.
And that's it.
He can't even get it out.
You can make up whatever color, whatever happened 4, 5, 6 years ago had nothing to do with what happened that day.
I just showed you this. This is why I went in order. This is why I showed you the screenshot. He just lied to white America. It was not 5, 6, or 7 years ago. It was 1 month before the unaliving of this young man in the picture. It was 2025. It was 2024. It was 2023. And y'all, mind you, Legal Docs Talk said that discovery phase, it was a volume of both all of the disciplinary actions on Hunter and Austin. It was 2 maniacs in Collin County that they had a volume record on. Now we know why everybody knew of the boys. Now we know why everybody knew of Jeff Metcalf and Megan Metcalf's sons, because they was a terrorist in Collin County, a volume of disciplinary actions. Some of them even undocumented. That's a problem. That's a problem.
Underneath that tent.
Jeff, what do you think of the prospect of a new trial?
To be honest, it's I'll say the same thing as I said yesterday. It's 50-50. It's either going to be granted or denied. I'm fine with either one. So I don't put a whole lot of thought process into that. I'm really putting a lot of thought process because this whole week has kind of put me on hold and not being able to work with my foundation. My foundation is my purpose, my mission. This is what's going to save lives. This is what's going to keep this from happening again. I just want to touch other people's lives and change the world one person at a time. If I can save one life, I'm a success. But if I can't, I'm a failure.
Listen, I think that the judgment is in the effort, brother, not in the outcomes. If you're trying to help people and you're trying to help them de-escalate and in the ways that you say.
So if y'all want to see the rest of that interview, hey, go to News Nation and watch the rest of it. But I can't do it. I'm sorry, I can't do it. But what I am going to do, I'm going to continue to go over some of this information that came out of court yesterday. Hold on, let me bring that up. But thank you, Vesta, for sending me this, okay? And then also, when the prosecution, when Jeff Metcalf, criminal defense attorney that was sitting up there with Fox News, what his name was, Todd Shapiro, when he said no other new evidence would come out in if Karmelo Anthony get granted a case, and I'm going to say yes, it will. We will hear and see the crystal clear video. We will hear and see the autopsy that was not even brought to court in the first trial. We will hear and see the toxicology report that was not brought to court. And we'll also see why the prosecution let in an incomplete, unsigned, unstamped, medically stamped, a 2D diagram from the medical examiner herself. And then also we will hear and see the defense led by Russell Wilson asked the ME why she didn't document the abdominal wound that Austin Metcalf also had. Yes, I'm going to say it again. We will get to see Karmelo Anthony defense ask the medical examiner why she didn't document the abdominal wound on Austin Metcalf. Investor, you know where I'm finna go. You know where I'm finna go. Let me see if there's an update. No update. Now, this is where I'm finna go. To everybody, it could be in the room and don't know. If I just threw you for a loop, let me show you this here. Investors, you already know. Just hold one. I'm finna get to the comments. And I'm gonna keep checking the website. Hold one. Now, worst case scenario, and I already said this in the beginning of the live. So if you are waiting for a decision to come down, a decision may not come down in Collin County today. The state is still calling witnesses. I don't know how many witnesses they have to call. Mr. Wirskye is still on the stands, and they may have more than one witness to call. Now, I'm already hearing, I think her name was the ATL lawyer. She said that court may even resume tomorrow. So it could be a third day. Why is this important? This is why it's important. Texas have a very strict timeline where all of the motions in that 75-day window must be heard. So that means that the new judge, Michael Chitty, if he doesn't render nothing on Saturday, he definitely has to render something on Monday. If he doesn't render anything on Monday, by law, by Texas law, Karmelo Anthony motion for a new trial will be denied. That's Texas law. However, that means that his defense team would just go up to the next higher court to get the motion for a new trial granted or heard. So even if he comes back and said, or let's say if he says he doesn't have time enough to go through all of the testimonies and all of the court files because they are nearing that 75-day window, he may say nothing. He may just let it die. I just hate using that word. Or he may just by default allow the motion to run out of time, which means that Mr. Russell and his team would just have to take the case to a next higher court. Now, do I think it's going to happen that way? No. But if it does, they're just going to move this up. I think it's to the Texas Court of Appeals. I got to get the official name for it. So, hey, a decision may not come down tomorrow. A decision may not come down today. But definitely by Monday, we would definitely know something. Now, to everybody that don't know what I'm talking about when I say about the abdominal wound, and if you're in here, you know exactly where I'm about to go. Hold on. Because I have an issue with everything that the medical examiner said or didn't say. She didn't document, and they didn't even talk about the abdominal wounds. Let me find my documents. And if the trolls are in the room, y'all just let me put their name at the bottom so I can go ahead and get them out of here, because I'm not dealing with it today. I had to deal with them yesterday, and I'm not dealing with them today. So go ahead and put their name at the bottom. I'll be waiting for all the trolls' name at the bottom, and then I'll go ahead and get them out of here, because today, hey, listen, we're going to sit right here and discuss the facts of the cases. Jeff Metcalf wants us to discuss the facts of the case. This is the facts of the case when I pull up these transcripts. Hold on. All right, let's go back to volume 4. Volume 4. They talk about the abdominal wound. And investors, I'm going to get to your comments, okay? I'm going to get to your comments. This is what I'm talking about. This is Coach Redmond. This is the first adult that attended to Austin when the commotion happened under the tent. When he got under there, he said at this time, it was just, it was a pretty good size in the abdominal. Pretty good size wound in the abdominal. Why nobody's talking about an abdominal wound on Austin? Oh, well, Tony, I'm new here. Tony, what is this document? Tony, I'm new here. What are you talking about? Well, Jane Duggar, Collins County court reporter. These are the partial transcripts that she did for the defense team, right? And hopefully they have got the full transcripts. But this right here, reporter's record, volume 4 of 9 of volumes, court calls number, Court of Appeals number, State of Texas versus Karmelo Sincere in the District Court, Collins County, Texas, a 296 Judicial Court. This is the jury trial. See the date? See the date? And then this is Jane Duggar. You want me to show you proof that this is the court transcriber? Here she goes. She certified the document. I, Jane L. Duggar, the official court reporter in and for blase, blase, blah. And she signed it, Jane Duggar. This is her. Now let me go back up to page 272. For everybody, I want to ask, why did the medical examiner, why Jeff Metcalf says we already saw he's only still talking about the hole in the chest, the poke in the chest that was only 2 inches deep. Why he's not talking about the abdominal wound? Let me go to the chat. Why they're not talking about the abdominal wound? Trolls. I hope you still in here, trolls. Why they're not talking about the abdominal wound? Trolls. Why they're not talking about an abdominal wound? And here, y'all, I still, oh, there's okay, I got one in here. JPS Sportman. Okay, the next time I see his name, I got you. One second. What's up, Vestas? Come on, what you say? God is good all the time. Come on with it. Let me get down here. Say so, Tony. Let me get down to the bottom. Let me see if I got some trolls in here. Man, I want to hear y'all answers. Why do y'all think the medical examiner did not document the abdominal wound that the coach testified to? Now, I definitely can see Karmelo doing this, but also for y'all, if y'all have not been here, why did the prosecution talk about, he said it in his words, Austin Metcalf being impaled on whatever Karmelo Anthony had? The prosecution is the one that brought up the impalement. Why the prosecution brought up the impalement? Not the defense. Why did the prosecution talk about the impalement? Austin Metcalf falling on Karmelo Anthony, whatever he picked up at that time. Why nobody's talking about that? And they didn't even bring the real weapon to court. It actually is in the transcripts. They did bring a replica in a box. We don't even know what that is. So why you didn't bring the real weapon to trial? Come on. Oh, I didn't know he had a whoop. Come on, Red Joker. This is Coach Redmond. And guess what? When Austin came down of the bleachers, he was still alive. Oh, y'all didn't know he was still alive, right? He was still alive. He was talking and walking. He even pulled up his shirt and said, "Oh my gosh, I've been hit." Austin was talking and walking when he came down those bleachers. He pulled up his shirt. He said, "Oh my God, I've been hit." Then he said, this Coach Redmond, right? Coach Redmond said, now also, me and the other vessels, we read through, I'm not going to say all of it, but we talked about the wound. I didn't hear him unless I'm mistaken and haven't got through all 700 pages. But Coach Redmond, why he's not talking about a chest wound? Why is he not talking about a chest wound? He's talking about an abdominal wound. And so I was trying to push his brother off so I could actually, get him down. That means even when the coach approached Austin Metcalf, he was still standing up, walking and talking. It wasn't until later that when maybe Austin went in shock, that's when, he must have went out and stopped breathing. But he wasn't alive. I'm going to say he did not pass away at the stadium. He did not pass away at the stadium. He passed away at the hospital. And I got him down and lay him down so I could get pressure on the wound. Once again, Coach Redmond, I know only show you 2 instances of the wounds. He didn't say I had to put pressure on the stomach wound and then somebody had to put pressure on the chest wound. He never speaks about a chest wound. Why is this? And as soon as we got here, I started, looking around, trying to yell for people to call 911 and the paramedics. At this point, the coach Thayer comes up behind me. So that means now we got 2 coaches on the scenes attending to Austin. What is missing here? Let me read. Coach Thacker comes up behind me and, he's trying to get on the phone with 911. Now, are there other coaches or trainers coming to try to help you? About this time, shortly, Coach Thatcher, was trying to get on. I believe it was Coach Blank, redacted, our current coach, athletic director, Coach Butcher. He comes, he is on the track coming across, and he's on the other side of the fence, and he asks what happened. And I say he was blank. And he immediately jumped over the fence to try to assist me. How do you know blank Austin Metcalf was blank? Just by the womb. Once again, he's saying just by the womb. He's not saying there's more than one womb. And his brother, whomever it was trying to tell me he had been S-word. How was his brother demeanor while you was trying to aid Austin? He was kind of freaking out. That would be expected in this situation. As you are administering first aid, at least mentally, how do you form the opinion on how this is going to turn out for Austin Metcalf? This when he said all of the body, look, abdominal area. He said, in fact, it was eternal bleeding. Was quite extensive, but then it kind of, instead of blood coming out, it kind of stayed more internal into the abdominal area. Now, everybody, it was 2 witnesses that we read that they described the chest wound. They say it's gushing out. It say it's gushing out. Why this coach has not, once again, in his 3rd or 4th questioning, talking about a chest wound? He's not talking about it was multiple wounds on the body. Why he's not saying that? And you see that this coach here, I'm showing you proof that Coach Redmond is talking about an abdominal wound. Why did the medical examiner leave out this wound that caused eternal bleeding? Jeff, these are the facts of the case. Jeff, this is why John Roach hid the transcripts on the lock and key in his office. Jeff, you said let's talk about the facts of the case. These are the facts of the case. Why nobody's talking about the abdominal wound? See, Collins County is very selective. They want to talk about the facts that makes Karmelo Anthony seems like this serial K-word, right? But they don't want to talk about the other facts of the case, or the true facts of the case, because this is truth. Nobody cannot deny that Coach Redmond testified about an abdominal wound. Do you see where I'm going? 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 There was the second redacted, either there was the first or the second redacted witness that talked about when Austin got hit. As a matter of fact, it was the boy that ran to the trash can. He pointed out in his testimony when Austin fell down, he ran to the trash can. Now, the prosecution did not ask him, why did you run to the trash can? So we actually got testimony from the boy that ran to the trash can. But guess what he says? He went to the trash can for whatever reason. He don't say why. The prosecution didn't ask. He didn't say either why. But he said he ran to the trash can and then he ran back to Austin to try to help Austin because he saw that Austin was a serious, he had a serious issue going on. But guess what he said that his brother Hunter was trying to do? He said that while he was trying to run to Austin to help the coach and help Austin, that means that he still had access to Austin. He said that Hunter was over there trying to go and fight Karmelo Anthony again. He said while he was trying to administer aid and help the coaches with Austin, he said that Hunter was trying to get the Karmelo Anthony to fight him. Yeah. So they did do CPR on him. They did do this. Let's see. He was doing mouth breathing. Now, this is why I really don't understand why they had to do that, because he was breathing. So he was a necessary breathing. He was doing unlocked breathing, whatever that is, which is basically just the brain, trying to get oxygen, sending, signals, kind of gaping for air. So the coach did say, Austin was at the stadium gaping for air. And this is where he said, oh, this is a really serious issue. So you see how I can be unbiased and tell you what the coach said, not just picking out this and that supports my narrative and my support for Karmelo Anthony. I'm showing you things that Fox News, to all the trolls in the room, I'm showing you what mainstream media has not even took out the time to do. It's go through Collins County transcripts. And this particular sir right here was in the military, so he was a veteran. And he kept talking about putting pressure on the womb, putting pressure on the womb, putting pressure on the womb. Why he didn't talk about multiple wounds? Let me go down here. Let me go to the comments, Vestas. First of all, let me stop sharing my screen and let me go back to the website to see if it has been any updates from the website that I'm tracking. Hold on, y'all. Now, knowing what you knowing, $10 minutes ago. Okay, 10 minutes ago. I'm finna show you how unbiased I am. Here's another update coming from out of court. Karmelo Anthony school disciplinary records. Here we go. See how I can do this, trolls and distractors? See, I'm not afraid to talk about what Karmelo Anthony did, because nobody said Karmelo Anthony was perfect, right? You see what I'm doing, mainstream media, Fox News? I'm giving you both sides of the story. This came out 5 minutes ago, right? Well, okay, hold on. Racist message 5 minutes ago. Hold on, 10 minutes ago. Okay, so we're gonna start right here. You see how I'm being unbiased, right? Karmelo Anthony, 10 minutes ago. Karmelo Anthony school disciplinary records. Hold on, let me get this timestamp. All right. It says, Karmelo Anthony school disciplinary record. The state is now bringing up some of the evidence that the defense mentioned was found during the discovery process before the trial. The evidence also includes Karmelo Anthony school records from where he lived in Baton Rouge. This includes his disciplinary action, which began in 2013 when he was 6 or 7. Y'all. Oh, okay, Tony, be fair. If I can bring up what the Metcalf twins did at 10, let's go ahead and read what he did at 6 or 7. The records mention an incident where Anthony punched another student after repeatedly being asked to keep his hands to himself, and several incidences of willful disobedience of disturbing the school and habitual violating rules, right? This is on Karmelo Anthony. Anthony ended up on behavior plan at the age of 10, right? At the LSU psych department. The disciplinary records mentioned that in 2021, he was getting into it with the teachers. Fair. 2021. Fair. Okay. The state agreed not to go into Anthony's school disciplinary history as part of the so-called gentleman's agreement. Now you see how fair I am. You see how fair I am. So that means that based on what came out of court, if I could report on what the Metcalf twins did, this is what came out of court regarding Karmelo Anthony and his school disciplinary records. So Vestas, today is day 73, and we've been asking this ever since we found out about the gentleman's agreement on the 9th of July. We were saying, well, what did Karmelo Anthony have in his school records, disciplinary records? Well, here is the answer. I count 1, 2, 3, and 4. I count 4. Oh, Tony, read up. Let's go up to see what racist messages that was found in Karmelo Anthony. Let's go ahead. I told you I'm gonna be fair. Prosecutors show evidence uncovered during the discovery process for Karmelo Anthony's cell phone. All right. It include racist rants categorizing black people, white people, and Mexicans. So that means Karmelo Anthony also called black people something. Okay. He seemed like he's equal opportunity, right? It includes a racist rants categorizing black people, white people, and Mexican. These statements was made in April notes of May 23. We talking 3 years ago. I'm gonna be fair. There were also text messages from 2020 where Anthony spoke about hitting a girl and punching her in the face. Well, hey, he got the same issues as the Metcalf twins. Once again, I don't know what it is, but hey, even he got proof of hitting a girl. Well, he spoke about hitting a girl and punching her in the face. Other text messages for 2021 suggested that he had a obsession with fighting. 2021, let's just be fair. If I could put it on the Metcalf twins, I could talk about what Karmelo Anthony did. According that came out of the court today, other texts from 2021 suggested he had an obsession with fighting. According to prosecutor Dave Dewey Mitchell, Anthony allegedly threatened a 12-year-old boy in 2021 by saying he was go get a whoo and ouch. Well, there it is, y'all. We asked, and now we finding out. Both sides are being exposed. What did it come out about? Oh, I got to play one more video for y'all. But hey, here we go. Here's the dirt on Karmelo Anthony. And it's dirt. It's definitely dirt. You see how I can be unbiased? Because all I want is the truth to come out in this case. But I must say, based off the testimony, it's still the testimony and the transcript show proof that Austin still was the one that jumped on Karmelo Anthony. But yeah, this is definitely dirt. Oh yeah, this is dirt. Now, but also the state is now bringing up, so that means the prosecution is bringing up evidence to that, which also means that the state is going to get cross-examined by Russell Wilson. So we're definitely going to stay on this, because I will not end this live, because I want to see how the Karmelo Anthony defense case is going to address these evidence. So hey, it is what it is. We got some movement today. Now, Anthony allegedly threatens a 12-year-old girl in 2021. So that means he had to be 5 years ago. He's 19 now. Okay, well, hold on. The girl, no, I'm threatening a 12-year-old boy. So, but he was 14 at the time. So if you do the math, Karmelo Anthony was 14 years old and he threatened a 12-year-old boy. So he was 14. Okay, saying he was going to get a bump and was suspended for 3 days. Hey, Baton Rouge, thank you for doing the right thing. Baton Rouge, you supposed to have suspended Karmelo Anthony for 3 days for making this type of statements at the age of 14 when he threatened a 12-year-old boy. Again, none of those details were introduced during the trial because of the gentleman's agreement. Is that the last thing? So that's the last thing, y'all. So we got our answer. Karmelo Anthony. And we never said he was perfect, but now we actually see why Mike Howard decided to agree to this gentleman's agreement. Karmelo Anthony background was not crystal clear, but racist remark towards black people, white people, and Mexicans. It is what it is. That's what's coming out of court. And he said other text message from 2021 suggested he had a obsession with fighting, according to the prosecutor. According to the prosecutor. Oh yeah, I definitely want to see how the defense handled this right here. But hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. That's what's coming out of court today. That's what's coming out of court today. Let's see here. Let's see what y'all saying in the chat. Oh, block. Not El Hombre in here. Okay, he's in here. El Hombre came back. Let's see. El Hombre came back. I found him, but let me go here. Let me see what y'all said here. I find that troll. Ignore the trolls. Yeah, please ignore the trolls until I find them. That's why they ran and threw it in the trash can. You could have fooled me, Red Joker. Let me go to the bottom. They hid that womb delivery. Yes, I believe Karmelo did not do it. That's what I'm saying. Abdominal womb, they left completely out. How you doing, Johnny? Tony, I think it was only one wound. Think about it. If it was two wounds, it would be two wounds bleeding, right? The best people that can answer questions is right. So if I agree with you, Sonya, if it was only one wound, why are they talking about a wound, a chest wound instead of the abdominal wound? Who's doing the lying? Somebody's doing the lying. It got to be the ME. The ME didn't even talk about the abdominal wound. So why is everybody talking about a chest wound? Why is everybody talking about the chest wound? But let me go down to the bottom. Let me see how everybody is feeling about the information that came out about Karmelo Anthony today. Yes. Let's see here. I bet you Karmelo wasn't out here whooping. No, not on his parents. You right about that. If it's false to Karmelo Anthony school record, the school district can and will need lawyers. Man, they don't care if we are advised. I know. Court record said 2 wounds. Yes. I want to know why the coach did talk about 2 wounds. The medical examiner bring you behind, explain this document. Tony, did you see the interview with Willie D and the Anthonys? Yeah, it was only like for 5 minutes. I saw that last night. The one I saw was only for like 5 minutes. And I play that too. What was the interview? Hold on. What was that interview? One second, y'all. One second. I want to show y'all this interview here. Let's see him. But I know. But they want to say, oh, y'all only want to talk about the Madcast. Y'all don't want to talk about nothing regarding Karmelo Anthony. Well, here it is. So if I can do it, I know that the other channels can do it. But at least we're willing to talk about it, air it out. The Madcaps won't even talk about their sons. Hold on.
Today's hearing has already brought new, very revealing information about Antony and Austin Metcalf that was never brought up at trial, by the way. J.D. Miles has been in the courtroom through this day, and he has the new details.
Well, we expect the hearing today to wrap up at any moment and testimony to continue tomorrow. As many of you know, there was a private off-the-record agreement during the murder trial by both sides to keep the sordid backgrounds of Karmelo Anthony and Austin Metcalf, their character and their criminal history, private and out of view of the jury, so they could focus solely on what happened under the tent last year at that Frisco track meet. Now, both sides have decided to release that background history, with the defense going first, releasing 20 pages of Austin Metcalf's behavioral history. Karmelo Anthony was dressed in a suit and tie for this morning's hearing, which began with the defense arguing that efforts by the trial judge and prosecutors to combat threats and deal with disruptions actually prevented Anthony from getting an open and fair trial. But bombshell testimony came this afternoon from Anthony's trial attorney, Mike Howard, about Austin Metcalf's background report that was never presented to the jury. CBS News Texas has also learned new details about Austin Metcalf's background. Metcalf and his brother Hunter were once caught spray painting graffiti, including KKK Kill All Blacks and Heil Hitler, along with the N-word, and were sentenced to 12 months of juvenile probation. Records reveal they reportedly told authorities, "We did some dumb stuff. We did some vandalism." There are several documented instances of Austin using racial slurs in school, and in 2023, Austin was accused of bullying a black student in class. In 2018, while still in elementary school, Austin and his brother were accused of bullying and assaulting a female, which led to his arrest. During an argument in 2024 with another female student, Austin allegedly knocked her to the ground and punched her in the stomach. He was also kicked out of a football game and texted someone later, "I was about to beat the expletive out of those kids." At a previous track meet, when another student alerted Austin that someone not on their team, quote, "behind our bench was talking wild," Austin reportedly replied, "Kill that MF." During the 2023-2024 school year, he received in-school suspension twice. School disciplinary records from April 2022 to May 2024 reveal that Austin reportedly called a teacher the B word and used profanity. He told a school official that he couldn't control it and wasn't aware that it was coming out of his mouth. In 2024, on at least 5 occasions.
Did y'all hear that part? Did y'all hear that part? I play it.
Occasions, Austin saw a counselor regarding his anger and rage during a football game. In 2021, he got banned from attending basketball games for a season after yelling profanity at a player. Metcalf also got suspended after he and another student were talking about bringing a gun to school the following day. Now, prosecutors, meanwhile, have a 75-page document on Karmelo Anthony's background, which they plan to present to the court.
Hey, Vessels, I'm at the bottom of the comments. Let me know if you can hear this stream here. Let me know if you can hear this. If not, I'll play it over. It's only about 3 minutes. Let me know if you can hear this. Like father, like son. If Austin hadn't approached Karmelo, right. I'm assuming y'all can hear this. All right. Okay, yep.
Tomorrow, in that report, they mentioned that Karmelo Anthony on the morning before the stabbing sent out a text saying he's low-key on the verge, which was a sign they say that he was easily triggered. Also, that his girlfriend had gone to their school principal and said that he had been stalking her and was asking for help. Again, all of this information is coming from extractions from cell phones, school records, and police reports. We'll have much more on this coming up tonight at 10. In McKinney, J.D. Miles, CBS News, Texas.
So CBS News Texas, CBS News Texas, I will say this. Until you show me otherwise, I will continue to rely on your information. It seemed like you are being unbiased and very fair across both sides of the audience. So, but this all we want. This all we want is media to be fair. Let's see here. Funny that those I heard those messages was in 2020. It's 2 boys now, so now y'all definitely gonna have to funny, the same girlfriend is still by his side. That is true. The same girlfriend is by his side. I heard those messages were in 2023 and 2024. Let's see, that counselor didn't work for the demons. The smart kids knew Austin was a bad egg and used Anthony's natural him, but not seriously hurt him during the fight. Dumb kids all around. The way the prosecution was moving, I don't believe they left that information out. Consider the argument wasn't closing. Hey, how you doing? How you doing? Austin said he got hit. I feel like it was from one of the gang members, and they tried to blank Karmelo, ran out the tent up, stabbed Austin by mistake. Oh, one of the other guys. One of the other guys, most definitely. Because it was another fight under the tent. It definitely was another fight under the tent. So that's what I'm saying. I'm assuming, but the coach still did not talk about the second wound. But this is where my mind was going. And we've talked about this theory many times before. That whoever was fighting under the tent is the one that actually hit Austin in the chest. And as we see, the medical examiner didn't bring up the abdominal wound. The coach brought up the abdominal wound, not the chest wound. So there is major inconsistencies about Austin Metcalf's body. So they're saying chest wound. The coach is saying abdominal wound. The medical examiner only documented chest wound. So why she didn't document the abdominal wound? But we do know this. If we don't know anything else, there was something in the autopsy that they didn't want us to know about because they sealed the autopsy and the toxicology report. So Mr. what's his name? Todd Shapiro, that was sitting up there on Fox News with Metcalf, a criminal defense attorney. Not really know if it was his or not, but he was sitting there with Jeff Metcalf. New evidence will come out with this new trial, which is the real autopsy report, toxicology report, and the defense will get to ask the prosecution and the medical examiner, why wasn't Austin Metcalf's name wasn't on that document, the date nor his age, and why you didn't sign it and why you didn't stamp it. That's all I'm saying. I can hear you. What's up, Bunny? How you doing, Bunny? In my opinion, Karmelo was a good child with 4 or 5 bad. You're right. Nobody's right. He definitely don't have the history as the twins. Oh my gosh. He definitely did not have the history of the twins of always jumping people, of doing this. And then when some of that stuff came out, just like the Metcalf twins, he still didn't put nobody in the hospital. He got suspended at the age of 14, but he ain't put his hands on nobody. He ain't put nobody in the hospital. Totally different behaviors. Now, was he wrong? He definitely was wrong. But he ain't put nobody in the hospital, and he still doesn't have a behavioral problem throughout the years. But of course, they go think I'm just being one-sided. Okay, we can hear this. Okay, gotcha. The other one you couldn't. All right, gotcha. Thank you. Let me go back to that one. I definitely will go back to that one. That was okay, CBS. All right, so I know which one that was. Let me go back to that one. Okay, so this one here is the information that came out about Karmelo Anthony. So let me make sure, besides the other information I read, let me make sure the volume is up. Let me make sure I share the audio. Share the audio. Now, this is the one you couldn't hear, and it was only about 2 minutes, so here we go.
Appeal for a new trial is underway. It's the second day of testimony at the Collin County Courthouse in McKinney. And while we learned evidence yesterday about Austin Metcalf's background, today we're hearing about Karmelo Anthony's history. Our Trevor Sahaki is live outside the courthouse in McKinney. So, Trevor, what is this?
Now, sit. Just let me know you can hear this. Just let me know you can hear this. There's a reason that the autopsy was sealed. Right, Tammy? Right. Y'all. Hypothetical, while I'm waiting for somebody to tell me you can hear this audio here. What if the autopsy was sealed? This is just thinking outside of the box. What if the autopsy only has the abdominal wound, but there is no chest wound on the real autopsy? Just off that alone, I would dismiss the whole entire trial and hold everybody in contempt of court and charge them with criminal judicial misconduct. What if they seal the autopsy because it shows the abdominal wound but not a chest wound? That would let us know that the chest wound was a whole entire fabricated wound to make it look worse than what it was, to throw everybody off that Karmelo Anthony definitely was defending himself, which is why he got punctured at the bottom half of his body, because Karmelo Anthony sat down the whole entire time. But what if they have fabricated a whole entire chest wound just to make the narrative stick that Karmelo Anthony hit him in the chest and killed him just like that? Instantly. Let's not forget they said Karmelo Anthony hit him in the chest like that and killed him instantly. When we show proof in the testimony, transcripts that Austin was still walking, talking, and hey, I've been hit. Walking and talking and breathing until he went into shock. But y'all, what if the true autopsy only showed an abdominal wound and there's no evidence of a chest wound? Maybe that's why that medical examiner didn't sign it. She didn't put a name on it. She didn't stamp it. She didn't even put Austin Metcalf's name on a 2D diagram that showed a chest wound. Now you know why I'm saying this. Let's keep going. Y'all know, now you know why I'm saying this. Let's keep going.
Scene there now.
Well, Karen, pretty quiet outside here right now. Most of the supporters that were here very early this morning are either inside the courthouse waiting on the outcome of this hearing or inside of the courtroom itself listening to the hearing happen. There are a couple people hanging out right here in the parking lot outside of the courthouse, but you can be sure that if we do get a decision, a lot of supporters will be streaming out of the courthouse. Now, this morning, Karmelo Anthony's new legal team started by questioning his former defense attorney, Toby Shook, on the controversial agreement between the defense and prosecution that limited the scope of the original trial. Shook said he thought Antony should have taken the stand and testified in his own defense, but prosecutors were concerned that could violate the agreement, which Shook said hurt his self-defense argument. Upon cross-examination by the state, the prosecutor argued there was never a discussion about Antony testifying. CBS News Texas has previously learned new details of Karmelo Anthony's history that are expected to come out in this hearing. On the day Antony would fatally stab Metcalf, prosecutors say he sent a 1 a.m. text message, quote, "I'm low-key on the verge." Prosecutors also say Antony told his girlfriend how to deal with, quote, weirdos, which included the line, "Say some slick, like my BF kill people." Prosecutors say Antony threatened to murder his girlfriend with a knife in one message and told her in another, quote, "When I stab somebody, I'm going to lick the blood off the blade." This comes after CBS News Texas learned yesterday Metcalf and his brother Hunter were once caught spray painting graffiti, including, quote, "KKK, kill all blacks," and "Heil Hitler," along with the N-word. There are several documented instances of Metcalf using racial slurs in school. And in 2023, Metcalf was accused of bullying a black student in class. At a different previous track meet, when a student told Metcalf someone not on their team, quote, "behind our bench was talking wild," Metcalf reportedly replied, "Kill that MF." Now, right now, we are on the redirect examination portion of this hearing. We do expect the hearing to wrap up sometime today, though we do not have a timeline on when exactly the judge will make a decision on a new trial. Live in McKinney, Trevor Sahaki, CBS News.
Okay, so for everybody that's just coming in here, I know some people, a lot of investors are getting off of work. So as of now, I reported in the beginning of this live, the state is still calling witnesses, and the defense also has a right to cross-examine. So worst case scenario, we will not get a decision today, and we may not get one tomorrow. And 9 times out of 10, they may even have court tomorrow if the state does not call all of their witnesses today. So that means worst case scenario on Monday, the decision will have to come down, or the judge, Judge Chitty, would just don't give a verdict or decision. And then by default, Texas law, Karmelo Anthony request for a motion for a new trial will be denied by default. And then his legal team will have to go up to the next higher court to request a motion for a new trial and an appeal. So that is the latest update. So no, a verdict, a decision has not come down as of now, 16 minutes ago. I think this is what we read. Racist messages, threats of a blank and stabbing violence found on Karmelo Anthony phone. And we read on this. Okay, hold on. It seemed like they added more to it. Hold on. Okay. Is that what Karmelo Anthony said also? So they've added more to it. In 2023, he makes jokes about essing up a school. In a text message from 2023, he stated his intention was to assault someone because they looked at him weird. Antony also bragged about coming back from suspension and on that day getting into another fight and going to detention. That was 2023. In 2024, he talked about removing the plates from his father's car to go commit. The site is refreshing. So that's what's going on. So, okay, here we go. So when they was talking about the text message from Karmelo Anthony phones yesterday, when I say that the defense was that the prosecution was only telling half of the story. So here we go. Of course, Mike Howard had admitted that the information about Karmelo Anthony that the state agreed not to use. On the morning of the blank, his girlfriend reportedly stalking behavior included that he had been driving by her house and refused to allow her to end a relationship. Mike Howard said that the state believed the narrative that they had been a big breakup and Antony was stalking or acting aggressively towards her. And it was relevant to them, which means the state. But nobody is saying what Mike Howard said after that. But the girlfriend reportedly told the defense that there were additional text messages sent after Anthony's cell phone died. Messages synced to his laptop showed that there had not been a catastrophic fight or breakup. They were still dating the morning of the S word. The state's theory that Anthony showed up to the track meet in an agitated state of mind because he had broke up and was on the verge of committing violence. But Howard said that wasn't the case. That's why I said I'm going to sit here and I'm going to see if today or tomorrow, Karmelo Anthony defense, how they I forgot what the word, cross-examine about these other text messages that came out about Karmelo Anthony, because as you see, they only tell half the story. Nobody talks about what Mike Howard said, what the actual text messages, or give context to the text messages. So I'm gonna be right here. Let's see right here. Because we know that the prosecution ain't telling the whole story. The prosecution ain't even telling the whole story about the wombs. So we definitely know that, hey, they definitely cannot. They probably ain't telling the truth about everything. The twins were actually doing things. Karmelo's being right. Exactly, no breakup. And the true text messages were on Karmelo Anthony laptop because his phone was broken. Facts. Melo is a good dude. Typically what you do when the devil comes knocking at your door. Hey, how you doing, Rob? Karmelo's family need to sue everybody when all this is done. Willie D said they are lying. Right? The text messages. Listen, I need the defense just like now. Well, Tony, why you don't need the prosecution's words or cross-examination about the boys Metcalf? Well, it came out in court yesterday that Bill Wirskye tried to get ahead of the information that came out about the twins. Not one time did Bill Wirskye say that the information that came out about the twins were incorrect. So that's why I'm saying, since he didn't cross-examine or he pushed back on the evidence that came out about the boys, he said they was just being young men. He not one time did he deny the information that came out discovery about the twins. That's why I'm saying this is what the prosecution saying. I want to see how Mr. Russell Wilson, how he cross-examines the text messages, because we see what Mike Howard said about the On the Verge text message yesterday. So I'm gonna be here for it. If they really want to have evidence of the prosecution, right? If Karmelo Anthony, and matter of fact, remember y'all, I showed you yesterday from that New York Post. If Karmelo Anthony were worse than the twins, why was it the prosecution that said I'm the one that offered the agreement? It was the prosecution. Since they're trying to paint Karmelo Anthony as this monster, as this bad boy, why was it the prosecution said we're the ones that offered and came up with the agreement? Thank you for that, Tats wifey type. Oh, y'all don't believe me? Hold one. Oh man, I've been talking. I haven't shared y'all the whole thing. Here's right here. I've been reading this right here. But see what Mike Howard said, but this is what I just read. So I'm gonna give you a second to look at that, because I'm gonna pull up that article where it shows proof that the gentleman's agreement came from the prosecution. So you're right, wifey type. Right. If they would have had real evidence of this stuff, the prosecution would not have begged for the gentleman's agreement. Facts. Y'all are taking care of business in the chats. That's what I'm saying. This is a team effort. While I'm trying to present this stuff, y'all are taking care and saying the right things in the comments. If Karmelo Anthony was just as bad or worse than the twins, why was it the prosecution that offered and created the gentleman's agreement? And Mike Howard said that the prosecution came up to him multiple times trying to get him to accept the gentleman's agreement. Oh, I can't wait. Okay, y'all got this? All right, let me go ahead and pull up that article from yesterday showing where the prosecution said he confessed I'm the one that offered the agreement. I said, but God dang, everybody telling the truth. New York Post. Let's see him. Find that article from yesterday. Here we go. Here's proof where they only said let's see him. Okay, here's proof that the New York Post, they even was one-sided in regarding information regarding Karmelo Anthony. Let's see here. Here we go. This was the New York Post yesterday. Same article, same time, yesterday's date. They talked about half of what was on Karmelo Anthony phone, low key on the verge. As you see, Mike Howard, he came back and rebutted everything. Now, here is the proof, and I'm finna show support to what you said, wifey type. In this article, Mr. Wilkie says, I offered the agreement. Mr. Wilkie said, the prosecutor said to WFFAA-TV, let's stay away from historical character and stick with the facts. What happened under the tents? Once again, it was the prosecution that they didn't want nothing for the Metcalf twins and Austin Metcalf to come up. And then they said, hey, they basically said, well, I found something on Karmelo Anthony too. What you gonna do, defense attorney? Now, once again, if I was Mike Howard and weighed what Karmelo Anthony did, and which was actual documented facts on the twins, I still would have said, let me gamble. I'm going to court to represent my client, Karmelo Anthony. Nobody said he was perfect. We already know the Metcalfs, they definitely weren't perfect, but Mike Howard, you should have never agreed to this, no matter what was in Karmelo Anthony phone. I agree. I see you, Miss Shantae. I ain't gonna put that up there, but I see what you said. Yeah, that's what I said yesterday. On the verge of what? That could mean anything. They were, according to the state, which actually wasn't the truth, the state wanted them to believe that he was distraught and spiraling out of control and on the verge of anything because of a breakup. Mike Howard get on the stand and said that's not the case. They were not breaking up. So you see how the state, they take things out of Karmelo Anthony's cell phone and twist it. Betty Boo, thanks for clearing up. The girlfriend of Karmelo and a mother refute Wirskye statements. Yes, she was. As a matter of fact, was it here? Or was proof on Fox News that the statement, it came out yesterday that the girlfriend wanted to testify for Karmelo Anthony, but the gentleman's agreement prevented her from testifying for Karmelo Anthony. That's facts. He was counting on getting the lie out and let the people decide based on their own bias of the truth. Those fools admitted on the stand. That's how we do it in Texas. I heard that too. Bill Wirskye, that means that you just opened up the whole entire door for any cases that him and Judge Roach has been on to be reviewed by an internal audit. Bill Wirskye, that means the higher courts in Texas have the right to pull all of the trials transcripts where John Roach and Bill Wirskye has ever tried a case together. You have put all those cases and verdicts in jeopardy, Bill Wirskye. Texas is slow. And charge everybody, put them in jail. Make it make sense. The Metcalf things are well documented. Arrest, videos, school records, facts. Maybe it was a different Now, one of the other girlfriends was in Baton Rouge, so it's not the same girlfriend. It's definitely not the same girlfriend. God bless you. I'm on the verge of getting a new car. I'm on the verge of becoming right, because it says ... Case of Karmelo Anthony.
He's the teenager convicted of murdering another teen, Austin Metcalf, at a track meet last year.
It's this new information that jurors never heard came out in a hearing on whether Anthony should get a new trial. Our Meredith Yeomans has all the details from the courtroom and what happens next.
What do we want? When do we want it? Now!
That was the reaction outside the Collin County Courthouse after the first day of Karmelo Anthony's new trial hearing. Inside, his defense team spent the day trying to show Judge Michael Chitty why Anthony's conviction should be overturned. Much of the testimony focused on what happened behind closed doors during the original trial. Former defense attorney Mike Howard spent hours on the stand detailing how both sides agreed to what would and would not be presented to jurors. That informal agreement kept bad character evidence about Antony and Austin Metcalf out of the trial. For Antony, that included prior violent thoughts and behavior and his mindset before the track meet. On the Metcalf side, the proposed evidence about Austin and his twin brother.
Well, that's it. Okay, that was it, y'all. Well, no, something else going on. Hold on, sir. Oh, they said that
evidence about Austin and his twin brother.
Oh, here we go. Hold on.
Decided not to testify because Howard says Antony felt he, quote, wasn't going to get a fair shake. That's one of the key claims Anthony's new attorneys are asking Judge Chitty to consider.
First and foremost, to overturn or to get a new trial, it's a very, very, very steep hill to climb.
The hearing can Friday when Anthony's former co-counsel Toby Shook is expected to testify, along with several other witnesses. Judge Chitty has until Monday to rule on the motion for a new trial. Meredith Yeomans, NBC5.
Anthony was convicted of murder and sentenced to 35 years in prison. That hearing resumes at 9 a.m. and you can follow our live updates at NBCDFW.com.
All right, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. So we got actually 15 more minutes and court will be over. 15 to 20 minutes, court will be over. Now, yesterday, based off the website I'm tracking, they didn't put up the last update. It probably was about 20 minutes out the court, but I'm still watching. Last update came out 15 minutes ago in Collins County. It is, so actually we got 10 more minutes before court is over. Let's see. Hey, thank you for the love. Thank you for the love. Mike Howard should have taken that time to negotiate a plea deal for reckless homicide or manslaughter. Not really, because based off the transcript we read, all of the prosecution witnesses said that that Austin was the one that came up to Karmelo Anthony and jumped on him first. So it still is self-defense. It is still self-defense. I promise you. We went over the actual transcripts, not all 700 pages, but we have ran two witness testimonies. They said that it was Austin who was the aggressor. It was Austin is the one that put his hands on Karmelo. He still had a right to self-defend himself. But thank you for the love, sis. Thank you for the love. It's 4:20. That's right. 10 minutes. We could still see fists flying. Right. And that's, now listen, y'all. God, matter of fact, let me pull up the video. Now what we know, when Karmelo Anthony goes up the stairs, since now we know what happened a little bit more under the tent, Austin didn't fall right then. Austin fell when the second fight happened under the tent, which, who knows? It could have hit him in the chest. Let me go ahead and pull up this fight under the tent. But oh Lord, this thing be so grainy. Wrong person in jail. It should have never been Karmelo. Facts. Okay, and the videos are downloaded. Oh Lord, oh that's a lot. Okay, no. Now let me stop all of this right here. So let me go ahead and just pull up a video from YouTube. Well, thank you for that update, Queen. Thank you for that update. Okay, here we go. Now, here we go. Let me share my screen. I'm definitely not going to share the audio, but I am going to give a content creator a shout out. Shout out to, this is Taylor House Publishing. What's up? Oh, how you? Okay, so this is Taylor House Publishing. of the video. So we're just going to focus on the video, but shout out to you. I just randomly selected this video, didn't even know who it was, but shout out Taylor House Publishing. So let's play the video. Ooh. All right. Oh, it's right here then. Hit. It's multiple hits, y'all. Okay, look now. Karmelo Anthony has already been circled by the forensic media personnel, whoever this was. Now look. Austin is still here. He hasn't even come down yet. Now he's gone down. Now the boy, this boy here testified. And I hate they cut the tent. See, that's why they cut the tent. Now, Karmelo Anthony is going down. Now, according to the coach, when Karmelo Anthony goes down the actual stadium, when we see him running, and I'm going to show you exactly, even the coach testified that based off the perception of Karmelo Anthony, he was not trying to get away. Jeff Metcalf, these are the facts. These are the facts, Jeff Metcalf. He said Karmelo Anthony was not trying to get away. Now, this young boy right here at the trash can, as I stated, he was the second redacted witness's testimony that we read. Now, we didn't know it was him until he said he went to the trash can and then he went back, okay? But he even said that under the tent, Austin Metcalf was the aggressor and he put his hands on Karmelo and it was not a shove. Do y'all want me to demonstrate what he said that Austin did to Karmelo? He said it was not a shove. He said that Austin grabbed Karmelo here and choked him up in the lineman drill. He said he picked Karmelo Anthony up like this by the neck up by his hoodie. That don't sound like no push or shove to me, Jeff Metcalf. Your witness said that. Your witness said that. And then, of course, we can't even see what happened under the tent. They just messed up this whole entire thing. And y'all, we only know that it's Karmelo Anthony according to the prosecution because they drew a circle. But where's the crystal clear tape? But hey, it is what it is. Let me go back to the comments. Now that we know that's what, oh, matter of fact, since you said that, sister, let me go to her channel real quick. I thought, see, that's why I get headaches. Lawyer. 2 hours ago. I don't want to take a view from her. Let's see here. 9 hours ago, 2 hours ago. Did she post that, Queen? No. Did she post that, Queen? Because I definitely don't want to take away any of her views. But let's just see what she said 2 hours ago. I won't play the whole thing, but let's just see. Let's go ahead. Make sure you go out to her channel and you subscribe and support her too. I love our professional Black people. Let me see here. Hold on. Stop sharing. I got to share the audio too.
Today in a suit. It's a light gray suit that he's in today. And again, the attorneys asked for him to be unhandcuffed. Shout out in the chat. I saw Kia Elder is a moderator here saying hello, everyone. Shout out, Kia. Thank you so much for always being present and liking, sharing, and subscribing to the channel. Thank you so much, guys. All right, so y'all can tell it's a little cooler out here now. It was so hot this morning, Fit was melting. So Toby Shook took the stand today. He's Yellow Beezy's attorney. He's also Karmelo Anthony's co-counsel from the first trial. He took the stand today, and Russell Wilson.
So let me pause that. So are y'all getting that information? The fit attorney is thick. Oh gosh, Jesus. Stay focused, gentlemen. Stay focused, gentlemen. Those kids never said Karmelo did it. Right. And they never said he did it. Never said he did it. What did Eddie put in the trash can? Not sure. Who was this right here? Greater Cummings. How did you get that information? Because somebody said it was this young lady here on the screen to fit a lawyer, ATL. Did that notice come out? Hold on, y'all.
Cross-examine him. He put his, background on the record with the ex-girlfriend. And so Toby hears this, and he then has a conversation with Mike Howard, and they discuss taking the deal so that they can keep out this information. Well, at the time that Mike Howard is brought the information about this alleged stalking from the girlfriend, the ex-girlfriend, who is here in court, they are still together. She has come every day to support Karmelo. They investigated it, and they said that's not what happens, and Mike Howard was ready to deal with that at trial, so they didn't take the deal. But as things went on, they got more evidence about things on Karmelo's cell phone. Bill Wirskye offered the deal again, and at that time, they decided to take it. And so they talk about it was a few phone conversations between Toby Shook and Bill Wirskye before they actually had this big meeting with the entire state trial team, the head DA, Toby Shook, Mike Howard, and Ms. Gupta, the defense team from the original trial. They met in the grand jury room to discuss this gentleman's agreement. And so the point of mentioning this gentleman's agreement is talking about how it all broke down, right? And so as they're talking about it, so they come up with this agreement. It's not memorialized in writing. The judge is aware of it, but it's all off the record. Because remember, yesterday, Bill Wirskye says that's how we do things in Texas, right? We do a lot of off the record things. So what they were doing when this agreement got made was that they would take some of the witnesses' testimony and they would actually break it down to decide what exactly would open the door to character evidence. They mentioned Tiffany Whitaker, and if you recall from the trial, she was, I think, like an athletic coach or working with the track team, but she was an adult there and had the first contact with Karmelo before he went with the coach. And so what she said to police that day was that Austin was known to be aggressive.
What?
And that he talked like in a loud, boisterous way. And so
whoa.
when she tested because of this agreement, that is
that gentleman's agreement was. Hold on, let me back that up again. Hold on 1 second. The coach said what about Austin?
Bill Wirskye says that's how we do things in Texas, right? We do a lot of off the record things. So what they were doing when this agreement got made was that they would take some of the witnesses' testimony and they would actually break it down to decide what exactly would open the door to character evidence. They mentioned Tiffany Whitaker, and if you recall from the trial, she was, I think, like an athletic coach or working with the track team, but she was an adult there and had the first contact with Karmelo before he went with the coach. And so what she said to police that day was that Austin was known to be aggressive and that he talked like in a loud, boisterous way. And so when she tested because of this agreement, that is a statement that they were agreeing couldn't come in because it's character evidence against Austin, right? So because of this agreement, when Tiffany Whitaker testified, they were going to be required to not cross-examine her on that previous statement about Austin, okay? So those are the type of things that the defense gave up by taking this gentleman's agreement. They also talked about, so the state's whole point, why they said they did not contemplate Karmelo testifying is because they never took his testimony and broke it down to go over what exactly will open a door and not. Russell Wilson spent a lot of time with Toby Shook talking about CLEs and how him and Wirskye spoke at CLEs in the past, and one of those CLEs being on self-defense. And they actually produced a PowerPoint presentation from those CLEs showing that, and it's about self-defense. Bill Wirskye's name is in the title of the PDF, so it's something he actively uses at CLEs, and it talks about that the defendant should testify most times in a self-defense case. And so that was their whole point, is to show that every attorney knows that most times you want your defendant to testify in a self-defense case. The defendant is the only person that can express to the jury that he feels that he's scared or why he acted in the way he acted. In this case, Karmelo used a knife, right? So the jury want to hear from him to know what he was fearful of, what was the situation, paint the picture.
Oh, but hold on. As I said before, no, we're not going to forget about the jury because it was the jury. Despite the gentleman's agreement or not, it still was the same 12 people that found Karmelo Anthony guilty off of lying witnesses, a distorted, a low volume body cam, and what else? Yeah, body cam. So, the jury, let's all remember the jury actually found him guilty. Gentleman's agreement or not, the jury still need to be held responsible.
So unless there's some reason you can't put your client on the stand, such as they got a previous criminal history using violence, right? And you don't want it to come out. But something like that, you'll keep your client off. But Karmelo, this was his first arrest. So everyone from the offset wanted him to testify. And so Russell Wilson's argument is that the state benefited from this gentleman's agreement because things were kept out. They didn't bring up stuff about Austin. They didn't cross-examine witnesses that they testified when they could have because of this agreement. And that is something that the state benefited from. So at the trial, the jury didn't get to hear all these bad things about Austin and Hunter and them getting in trouble and them having the racist graffiti and them getting arrested for that and 12 months of probation and all the N-word usage in the videos that they posted and cursing out teachers and threatening the cheerleaders and assaulting black females.
Hey, let me tell you one thing. And for everybody coming in the room, yes, some information came out by Karmelo Anthony, right? Saying some things. When he was 14 or 13, he threatened a 12-year-old boy. That came out. He also told a little 12-year-old boy after he threatened him. Mind you, he's about 12, 13, or 14 himself. He said he'll bring a pow to school. He was suspended for 3 days, so that came out. According to the prosecutor, we still don't have any context about that. Then also some other things about what Karmelo Anthony said to a female, and so it was some information that came out also about Karmelo Anthony. However, we are still waiting to see what information, the context regarding all of this, because remember, Bill Wirskye, out of all the information that came out about the twins yesterday, Bill Wirskye could not say all of that stuff was not true. That was arrest records. That was county records. Everything we're hearing about Karmelo Anthony, this is the state's narrative on what they found out regarding Karmelo. So like somebody else said earlier, if they had so much damning information about Karmelo Anthony, right? If they wanted a piece of Karmelo Anthony on the stands, why was it the prosecution that offered the agreement? And Bill Wirskye said yesterday, he said, me and my office is the one that offered the agreement. So if Karmelo Anthony, I don't care, he wasn't perfect. Yeah, it was some stuff according to the prosecution that they said they found in Karmelo on the phone. It still is no match for Austin and Hunter Metcalf. And still, Karmelo Anthony did not start the confrontation under the tent. We still got witnesses, prosecution witnesses that said that Austin is the one that started the confrontation under the tent. Jeff Metcalf, you said stick with the facts. These are the facts. Your son started the altercation under the tent. Facts. Let's play a little bit more of this.
Black men and the videos of Austin fighting people on his cell phone. The fact that Austin actually subscribed to 300 fight channels on his social media. So like they agreed to keep all of that out, right? And so the defense's point of this is you all relied on it, and then right before Karmelo testifies, when they have a conversation in the hallway, Bill Wirskye, Toby Shook, and they're talking about the timeline for the case, and they're saying, yeah, we got to get ready to put Karmelo up. And that's when Bill Wirskye said, wait a minute, we never contemplated Karmelo testifying. So this is when things got sticky as Toby Shook was on the stand, because on direct, he testifies to what we all know happened, right? We've already heard it over and over.
Right.
The state comes and says, we never contemplated Karmelo testifying, and you all actually opened the door when Mike Howard said that Karmelo was on the chess club. You pull the record, that's not exactly what Mike Howard said. He said that Karmelo played chess, but even the judge and today, Toby Shook.
And I'm glad you brought that up. Beauty forever. Right. So the defense, everything they brought up regarding the actually brought of it in a PowerPoint presentation. Bill Wirskye, he's not even showing screenshots of anything that he's talking about. He's just saying this is what we found on Karmelo Anthony's phone. He's not even showing the actual text messages on a PowerPoint slide, because you know why? He said he don't do PowerPoint slides. So he don't even have exhibits of showing proof of the text messages from what I'm hearing. That means he can make up anything. But let me continue.
He thought it was ridiculous. Bill Wirskye will argue that opened the door because it didn't. All right. So remember, Bill argues that they opened the door, and then when the judge said they didn't, he says we never contemplated the Karmelo Anthony testifying. So, deal's off. So that's their point, is that you can't then say deal's off. And how did you not contemplate Karmelo testifying? Because you teach in your CLEs that whenever you raise self-defense, you always put the defendant up. So you should have known that we wanted to put him on the stand to testify. And the fact.
And you know what? I got a thought. I was about to say this earlier when I was reading some of the text messages that the prosecution said they had on Karmelo Anthony. I was about to bring it up, but I was like, just let me keep my thoughts to myself or whatever. To me, it sounded like when I was reading the Karmelo Anthony text messages that the prosecution was talking about in court, to me, it seemed like, I was about to say, why does it seem like to me they have got what Austin and Hannah crisscross and put it on Karmelo Anthony? You know how it showed proof that the Metcalf twins at the age of 10, they assaulted a little girl. Well, why the state also said around the age of 6 and 7, Karmelo Anthony assaulted a little girl. It's like it was like a 1-for-1, 1-for-1. And I was like to say, am I tripping? I said, why does it seem like the prosecution actually got some of the stuff in their mind? They'll put some of the stuff for Austin and Hunter Metcalf on Karmelo Anthony. I said, what? But to me, that's just me. I do got to go back and read over it. But I said, why does it seem like everything that the Metcalf twins, the prosecution saying that Karmelo did, like obsession with fighting, pictures with, pow, pow, pows, which, hey, even I got pictures with pow, pow, pows. But when it came up to the little girls assaulting little girls, if Hunter did it or Austin did it, the state prosecution made it seem like Karmelo Anthony did the same thing. But what they couldn't do, but let's just say if it was real, what the prosecution could not prove is that Karmelo Anthony had a history of violence. What they didn't say, Karmelo Anthony had an issue with addiction, and they didn't say Karmelo Anthony had an issue with lust. The prosecution also didn't say that they had text messages of Karmelo Anthony saying that he don't know why he do the things that he do and that he can't control himself. All of that was documented actually for the twins. So even if they want to pull out the bits and pieces out of Karmelo Anthony text messages, if they're real, still what Karmelo Anthony had in his phone had nothing on what the twins had. Like Karmelo Anthony definitely didn't have any text messages or video showing where he attacked his own mother. Not one time did the prosecution show videos where Karmelo Anthony attacked his own mother, just like one of those twins attacked their mother and had proof on it. Not one time did the prosecution say that, here's all these videos where Karmelo Anthony attacked other people, but they definitely had videos where Austin kept in his phone where he attacked a lot of people. So it still don't compare to the twins. Even if it's true, all 100% true about these text messages, Karmelo Anthony still don't compare to what these twins did. Still don't show proof where Karmelo Anthony jumped on people at football games, jumped on people at basketball games, just start jumping on people, jumping on cheerleaders. Still no proof that Karmelo Anthony was that type of young guy. And let's keep in mind, everything that the prosecution is talking about, we're talking about a younger Karmelo Anthony. Yeah, I know that I'm talking about a younger boys, right? The background of the boys. But you see where those boys just got worse and worse and worse and worse and worse, and they became the monsters that they are. We don't see that in Karmelo Anthony. And I'm pretty sure every boy in America, black or white, Hispanic or Asian, they got some stuff in the cell phones that make you say, why are you doing this? But they don't have no packet of disciplinary action like the Metcalf twins. Woo! When I heard that Austin was saying to himself or on his videos or texting people saying, I don't know why I do the things that I do. I can't stop myself. Woo! That was a cry for help. He said, I can't even stop myself. I don't know what I'm doing. That's a cry. Let me tell you, parents, to anybody, if you at work or if you out in public, when you hear somebody saying, I don't know why I do the things that I do, please get them medical attention, call 911, because they're actually crying out and like they're actually trying to understand why they are the way that they are. Austin was showing signs that he was even trying to understand his behaviors. He said, I can't stop myself. And Jeff Metcalf want us to believe that he didn't know who his sons was. But Megan says she know who her sons was. Megan is the one that said in that Snapchat or TikTok, whatever, when she had a group talking to those people, she said, oh, I know who my sons are. Megan knew who her sons were. Hey, divorced parents, hey, maybe Megan did keep some stuff from Jeff. Jeff said he was surprised with some of the stuff that he heard about his sons. Jeff said he didn't know all these things he knew about his son. I bet Megan did. Now, Megan, if you kept this away from Jeff, oh my Lord. But Jeff, you still had indications of who your sons were because they had a packet. Jeff did say, yeah, some of the things I knew about my boys, we addressed them behind the scene as a family. But you knew who your sons were. You probably were surprised. But Jeff, if you was what did you say Mr. Anthony was? Did you try? I think, were you the one that tried to make it seem like Mr. Anthony was an absentee father? Well, Jeff, if you didn't know who your sons were to the length that the world has found out that your sons were, Jeff, that means that you were an absentee father in your son's life, and you really didn't know who your sons were, but you knew exactly who your sons were. You know who your sons were. If the community of Collins County knew exactly who your sons were, Jeff know who his sons were. Jeff knew who his sons were, both of his sons. So I don't care if it comes out that 100% truth about Karmelo Anthony Texas, it still don't compare, not even a half of one of them boys, because that is official documents. It says that Karmelo Anthony was he was admitted, or he spent a couple days at LSU psych department. That still don't compare. That still don't compare to what them boys, they actually went to some type of treatment and counseling in a whole nother other place. Woo! The science was jail. Jeff, you can't say that you didn't know your boys or one of your boys went to one of those type of treatment facilities. And I'm trying to say, it's nothing wrong with that. It's nothing. Now that part is nothing wrong with that. At least they was trying to get their boys help. But for Jeff to say that he didn't know some of that stuff about his sons, I have issue with that. And if you didn't know, Jeff, Megan should have definitely kept you informed of your sons. Even if you're divorced or not, she definitely should have kept you informed of your sons. So Megan, Metcalf, that means that Jeff basically said that you did not keep him informed of who y'all sons were. But Megan said she knew. Megan said it with her chest. Oh, I know who my boys are. I know who my sons are. Well, Megan, did you keep some of the behavior away from their father? Because Megan, you definitely don't have no foundation or nothing in terms of your son's name. I'm just saying that's just the truth from what I know of. But Jeff said, I do not, hold on. When Jeff said this with Chris Como, I said, we got an issue. Jeff said that he doesn't know. And Nancy, y'all, has Nancy Grace said anything else about these developments? Has Nancy Grace said anything about these developments? Have you seen any updates from Nancy Grace? Hold on. Nancy Grace. Okay, it's coming up. I don't trust them either, trust me. And the fact that those twins weren't supposed to be, they were suspended. That's what I'm saying. And based on all of the stuff that came out about those twins, they never should have even been allowed to participate in sports. Why? If the school district already had a history of those boys, along with their disciplinary packet, just like the grades, transcripts, and everything else, why were they allowed to participate in after school extracurricular sports? Not those bullies. They said they was even trying to fight other team members. Crazy.
more. What do you make of the developments that we saw today?
I mean, it's another procedural trial hearing, just like yesterday for the judge. Today is for, talk about the retrial, if they're going to grant that or not. Yeah, information did come out. I'll be honest, as a father, I was disappointed, very disappointed in seeing those things. But at the end of the day, it's really about the facts of the case, because I have to relive this all over again.
So I should have said something.
No matter what the facts of the case. And that's what, and this foundation, because I'll be honest, when I left, and obviously we all fall short, but to see that information that I had never actually seen before. I knew at some of the incidents we had dealt with it at home, but I'm just saying, I'm just very disappointed in what I saw from my sons.
At least he confessed it. At least he confessed it. Megan Metcalf, I think she already knew. Megan Metcalf already knew who her sons were. But I told you, this is proof that Jeff said he didn't know all of this about his sons. So I wanted to show you, I was just not just being hard on Jeff. He said that. That's why I went into that narrative.
And it still doesn't change the facts of the case. That's what the foundation, because I'll be honest, when I left today, I was very angry when I left work. Well, one of the things teaching with this foundation is impulse control, and de-escalation. And well, it took me 15 minutes today driving home to get my emotions in check. I can understand how people can make a split, someone in a grave or someone in a cell. And that's why this foundation is why I started it, the Austin Metcalf Foundation. So we don't have situations like this. So people don't feel like I feel today. Because I'm telling you as a parent, you don't ever want to feel this pain. And nor would I wish this upon my worst enemy. And to sit there and watch my son be dragged through the mud again today, the same stuff that was said for 14 months.
And then I'm gonna stop right there. Jeff, I listen. If people were saying it 14 months ago and people on the outside of Collins County didn't know this information, that means his name is not being dragged through the mud. These are actual facts. He just said, oh Lord, he don't even know what he just said. But these are not people dragging your son through the mud. These are character facts regarding your children. Jeff, I will say this. Maybe the reason you started this foundation was twofold. One, in memory of your son. Second, because of that your son, both of your sons had impulse control issues. And then also you lost your son. So I can see that. But Jeff, I don't know if y'all hear that thunder, but Jeff, Hunter, you still can make a difference in Hunter's life. He has a troubled background. He really does. Based off the information we read regarding both of your sons, you still can help with your son's Hunter moving forward in life. My only disappointment is, Jeff, if you're talking about helping other people that has impulse issues, you need to also address your son's behavior, because you still have one son, Jeff. You actually do. I would say start at home first with your own son, Hunter, because he has issues also. And I'm just saying, if his own issues is not addressed, he's going to walk up to the wrong person. And the next thing you know, it's going to be like deja vu. Hunter needs to address his behavior issues also, because they're well documented.
If you want to try to assassinate character, do what you think is right. But at the end of the day, the facts are very simple. He stabbed an unarmed child to death. And that's it. End of story. You can make up whatever color, whatever happened. Whatever happened 4, 5, 6 years ago had nothing to do with what happened that day underneath that tent.
Jeff, what do you think of the prospect of a new trial?
To be honest, I'll say the same thing as I said yesterday. It's 50-50. It's either going to be granted or denied. I'm fine with either one. So I don't put a whole lot of thought process into that. I'm really putting a lot of thought process because this whole week has kind of put me on hold and not being able to work with my foundation. My foundation is my purpose, my mission. This is what's going to save lives. This is what's going to keep this from happening again. I just want to touch other people's lives and change the world one person at a time. If I can save one life, I'm a success.
Start with your son. Start with your son. The only son you have left. Start with your son, Jeff. Start with your son. If you actually mean anything with everything you're saying, Jeff, start with your own son first. Start with your son.
But if I can't, I'm a failure.
Listen, I think that the judgment is in the effort, brother, not in the outcome.
To it, which to me it made sense because justify, and so after the trial, it was explained to me, because I was expecting more information to come out.
Oh, hold on. Okay.
Is always relevant. And I just thought that was a bizarre deal to make. What do you think about that?
Well, I mean, I wasn't privy. I didn't know it went down. I thought he was going to testify. And so after the trial, it was explained to me, because I was expecting more information to come out. And they said, well, both sides agreed not to bring character into it, which to me, it made sense because really what we're looking at is what happened that day underneath the tent. What they did 4 or 5 years ago, I don't think it has relevance as far as what's happening today, because I'll ask everybody out there. I'm 61 now. I am not the same person when I was 18 or 19. I don't know anyone who doesn't grow and learn and create mistakes. Of course. Mistakes are always made, but we try to minimize the damage. Because I told my sons this: you're free to make any choice you want in life, but you're not free from the consequences.
Yep.
Now,
amen.
I forgave
You are right.
Karmelo. Now I didn't forgive him for him. I gave him for me. So I'll have peace. So I'll have, so understood. I can go on and move forward. This is not going to keep me prisoner. So, whatever came out about him, I'm not trying to draw conclusions. I don't have all the facts, all the stuff they have on him. I do know it was a 75-page document.
Yeah.
And
75-page document. Come on, Jeff. Come on. 75-page document versus a volume worth of documents on the twins. A volume versus 75 pages, big difference. Big difference. And think about this. I know when you hear 75 pages, sometimes they can put one text message on one page. So are we talking about 75 individual text messages? Because I could do 75 plus in one day. But those boys got a volume of background history, the issues, a volume, arrest records, documentation, suspensions, arrests. Karmelo Anthony has never been arrested. Still no comparison. Let me finish. Let me let him finish.
What I saw today was disturbing. I'm not going to lie. I didn't know that. I didn't know it existed.
I understand, and now we know, and we'll see what it will mean. But Jeff, you'll always have a platform here, and thank you for doing it, and good luck with AMF. Thank you for watching. Subscribe below. And
there it is, y'all. So hey, if it is, hey, listen, Jeff. Let me read these comments. Let me check something real quick. Let me see if I got an update. Let me see if court has been let out. We already know that the judge will not deliver anything today. I guess in the courtroom. So it'll come out on email. So if you're just coming in here, it already has come out. that the judge would not deliver his decision in the courtroom. It would be in email. So guess what? Court is still going on. Let's see here. Court is still going on. These are the latest updates from Collin County, Texas. All right. So that was the break I talked about an hour and a half ago. So as of right now, court is still going over. As of now, it's 5:07 in Collin County. 32 minutes ago, jury selection. So, okay, so they are talking about the Bastion challenge, even though it was not in the appeal. This is what I want to see. This is what I want to see. Let's talk about it. 32 minutes ago, jury selection and lesser charge. Court has resumed with prosecutor Bill Wirskye back on the stand. Okay, so he's not finished. He talked about the Bastion challenge, which is the legal objection made during a jury selection. It argues that the opposing side is improperly using the premonitory strike to remove a potential jury based on race. Because they got to answer this. All of the black educators they struck down, but the white educators they left on. This is about to be good. Okay, based on race and sex. And that I can't say it right now. But the state didn't go any further discussion. Oh, look at this. Why Bill Wirskye didn't go no further? But the state didn't go into further discussion about the 3 black potential jurors who were struck during jury selection. Instead, Mr. Wirskye finished his testimony for the state by saying he had no problems allowing a lesser charge of manslaughter and a sudden passion during the murder trial. So let me be fair, because over here, me and the Vesters for 73 days, we've been talking about a lot, not just speculations, not just rumors, not just assumptions. We actually been breaking down legal terminologies and actions that actually can take place in court. One of the things, and this is true, the judge, that's why I say, don't forget about what the juries did. It is proof that the judge, John Roach, he did at the last moment, he did get the jury instructions for manslaughter and sudden passion during the murder. This is true. Now this is true. But guess what the jury said? The jury said, nah. Now, I don't know if they was pressured or influenced to not to even consider this, but it was the jury said, nope, we're not even, the jury said, no, we're not going to consider anything less than premeditated murder. That's when I said, I have an issue with the jury. So the judge did offer a lesser charge and the sudden passion. Now, under Texas law, me and the Vesters did this in the first 2 weeks or whatever going on Karmelo Anthony trial. Sudden passion under Texas, guess how many years this was? Under Texas law, 2 years. Karmelo Anthony would have just got 2 years, sudden passion. Guess what the jury said? Jury said no. The jury said, no, we're going to stick with first degree M word. And me and the Vesters, for 73 days, we've been going through all of the legal jargon, literature, just pulling up stuff, actually just going through like real legal stuff. No rumors, no backgrounds, no character evidence. We've been going through real legal stuff in Texas. So the passion. If the jury said, okay, yeah, we'll consider that. 2 years. That means Karmelo Anthony would only had to do a year. We wouldn't even be here. But the 35 years, that's what, they got too aggressive. And then you, John Roach, the jury, found him guilty. You sentence him in the same day, and then he's transported within 12 hours? What? The very next morning, not even a full day after being found guilty, he's transported. Houston, we have a problem. But this part is true. But it was the jury. The jury said, nah, don't worry about it. That distorted video is good enough. No fingerprints on the weapon, it's good enough. No weapon at court, it's good enough. Oh, the 3D diagram that's supposed to show the wound on Austin Metcalf's body, no name on it. Nah, that's good enough. No date on it. Oh, that's good enough. Oh, the medical examiner didn't even sign it. Oh, that's good enough. Oh, no autopsy in court. The official autopsy. Oh, it's not here. That's good enough. We don't need it. Toxicology report. Oh, the medical examiner didn't bring the toxicology report. Oh, that's good enough. They said it didn't matter what the prosecution brought or what the prosecution didn't bring. The jury still said it's good enough. They said, blame it on the black kid. And I'm still going to say, who are they trying to protect in Collins County? If Karmelo Anthony, by physics, actually could have committed the hit in the abdominal womb, who hit Austin in the chest? Who is Collin County trying to protect? And I'm so serious. Who is Collins County trying to protect? Because Karmelo Anthony, by physics alone, everybody says he was sitting down the whole entire time. And the womb in the chest, Karmelo Anthony couldn't even make that because he's right-handed. Why would Karmelo Anthony hit Austin like this when he actually could have did this? Why would he bend his wrist? You still can't even make that angle of the womb. By physics, Karmelo Anthony still could not make that. The womb in the chest. Now in the stomach, oh, most definitely. He was sitting down the whole time. But I'm surprised, but this part is true. Judge Roach, in the 12th hour, the 11th hour, he did give instructions for a lesser charge. The jury said no. Dang, jury. In 30 minutes, they found him guilty on premeditated. Now listen, y'all, to the ones that's still in here. It came out in the testimony of near the closing arguments. The prosecution said the motive on why Karmelo Anthony did what he did under the tent, it wasn't important. He said that the motive of Karmelo's actions under the tent, he said, it's not important. We don't need to discuss the motive under the tent. That's what the prosecution said. All the vessels that's been in here, that's been with me since we started reading the transcripts, that is true. That's actually documented in volume 8. The prosecution said the motive is not important. Well, under Texas law, there's 3 factors that you must prove in order to get a conviction of premeditated M-word. One of them is the motive. What was the intention of the defendant? It was not proven because the prosecution said it's not important. Do y'all see this? If Karmelo Anthony really had the intentions to hurt Austin or anybody under the tent, why the prosecution didn't want the evidence, the background evidence, character witness, backgrounds of anybody brought up, and they didn't even want to discuss the motive. Bill Wirskye, I hope the defense asks you that. Why you didn't want to discuss the motives of what happened under the tent. That is part of what happened under the tent. Let's see. 28 minutes ago. How much longer will this last? Defense attorney Russell Wilson asked Judge Michael Chitty how much longer he's willing to go tonight. Oh, we're bumping up against a deadline, and I need to review all of the evidence submitted in this case over the weekend. However, Judge Chitty said he would give Wilson the time he needs. Okay, so that was 28 minutes ago, 22 minutes ago. Defense cross-examined. Oh, it's about to get good. Let's see what Bill Wirskye said in cross-examination today. He said defense attorney Russell Wilson asked prosecutor Bill Wirskye if there was were any Waller rulings on the record during Karmelo Anthony M trial. Waller ruling refers to the legal standards judges must meet if they want the courtroom, if they want a courtroom that's closed to the public without violating the defendant's Sixth Amendment rights to a public trial. Wirskye said they were none. So basically, he said there was no legal standards. Wilson also asked Wirskye if he knows whether the district court proceedings can be sealed. Y'all, look what Wirskye said. Wirskye said he does not know. What? After being hired to represent Antony on appeal, Wilson said he asked Wirskye to put his understanding of the gentleman's agreement in writing. Wirskye told him that would be Look what he said. Wirskye told Russell Wilson that would be a fool's errand. He never did. But Mike Howard did in that affidavit. Wilson drilled down on more of the details of the gentleman's agreement with Wirskye, and that happened 22 minutes ago. So right now they're still in court. As of right now, it's 5:17, y'all. They still in court. Okay, just now, back and forth continue. Defensive attorney Russell Wilson and prosecutor Bill Wirskye continue to go back and forth about the gentleman's agreement. Oh, they got argumentative at times. Oh, it's getting hot in the courtroom. The judge appeared to give Wilson more leeway because his cross-examination. Oh, they fighting. Oh, they going back and forth in the courtroom right now. Okay. Okay. Okay, well, Vessels, I'm not going to hold you. If they don't close court in the next 30 minutes, I'm going to say, hey, thank you. I'm not going to hold you. I'm definitely not going to hold you. The storm is still overhead anyway. I wish that the judge, now if the judge would have said, yeah, he would give his decision tonight, that would be a different story. But the judge said he's not even going to give his decision in the courtroom. He'll do it email just now. Okay, they still okay. So I'm gonna read your comments because I really appreciate you investors for a second day. And the judge said he needs time tomorrow to go over all of the evidence and cross-examinations and all the transcripts. So hey, something to come out tomorrow or something to come out Saturday, okay? But hey, he knew his sons was like this. Jeff didn't deal. Hold on. And I'm still going to rewatch this, these updates. All right. Jeff didn't deal with anything at home since the sons were still terrorizing students and teachers up to the day prior. That is facts. Metcalf, you know who your sons were. They were created. Jeff was unaware of who his sons were. He raised them their way in. Hey, him and his wife. He's embarrassed that now. I think, did y'all see his face? He showed a lot of, yeah, he was uncomfortable with what came out about his sons, but it kept progression. It kept progressing. I don't understand why they didn't think that it was going to. A day before the S word, Hunter got banned out of a teacher's classroom. They both should have said, nope, I don't care what the coach said. You're not going to the track meet. Matter of fact, hold on. I want to bring up the coaches. Now that we know what we know, I want to go back and revisit. The state's exhibits. Hold on. I want to go back to these text messages since the coach is the one that placed the Metcalf boys there when they should not have been there. It was the coach that placed the Metcalf boys here. Here go the text messages. Here's the text messages. Let's read them together. Okay, y'all still got it. Let me share my screen again. It was the coach that put the boys here. It was the coach that put the boys here when they were suspended. And this is in the AM. I don't know what time this is. Coach, can you tell Austin to put on his black shorts? This was Monday. Look like Saturday. Okay, hold on, y'all. Look. Now, listen, y'all. Look, do y'all see this right here? This is the date that Hunter or Austin was banned out of a teacher's classroom. Do y'all see that date? Now a lot of stuff is making sense because I didn't understand this. This is what, Saturday? Let me pull up my calendar. March of 2025. 2025. The 22nd was on a Sunday. March 22nd was on a Sunday. Okay, so this is Sunday. Coach, can you tell Austin to put on his black shorts? Can you send this to all of our throwers? So these are the shot put throwers. You guys can leave early. No, you guys keep leaving early. So just know you guys are probably not going to the district meet. Now the district meet, now we know that we got all the pieces. The district meet is the track meet on April the 2nd. You see how this picture is building, right? You dudes never stay and celebrate your teammates and you guys don't win. So what is the value of you bringing to, so what value are you bringing to the team besides coming out and celebrating yourselves? So this sounds like this is a coach that's frustrated with the Metcalf twins. Coach Starr, if you would have did what you should have done regarding the Metcalf twins, Austin still may have been here. Karmelo Anthony would be in college if you would have just did what you did and actually suspended them from all the football team and the track team. The Metcalf twins and Karmelo would not be in the shape that they are now. Tell them this is for me. Yeah, coach, I'll send it and I'll take their shirt up, their shit. I take their shit up Monday. Coach, tell Austin to put on his black shorts. Yeah, coach, I'll send it and I'll take their shit. Oh, guess what? It seemed like somebody was definitely about to get cut. Yeah, coach, I'll send it and I'll take their equipment up Monday. So it seemed like the coach should have stuck with his guns. It seemed like the coach was about to kick him off the team. Hart, we'll take Noah and Roa to district. So, hey, guess what? The coach, now we have a little bit more context on what's going on. The coach actually was going to kick him off the team, pick up their equipment, and guess what? Replace the twins with Noah and Romy, whoever this is. How I know this? Because it's two people. It's two people there. I take up their blank on Monday from Coach Starr. You guys keep leaving early. So this is okay. Same thing. You guys keep leaving from Coach Starr, from whoever said, yeah, I sent it out. They're sending this out on behalf of Coach Starr. Same thing we read. Same thing we read. Same thing we read from Coach Bass. So this gets cut out. Whatever Coach Bass says to them, right? From Coach Starr, same thing. Coach Brass is cut off. Going to the district meet. You guys never celebrate. Same thing. From Coach Bass. Oh, this is proof they did get kicked off the team. Y'all turn your stuff in on Monday. We're taking Roma and Noah to district. They should have stood by. So that's two coaches that should have stuck by their guns to kick him off the team. And this never would have happened. Two coaches. So that means that Coach Starr is not the only one. There is another coach that is responsible for what happened, unless Bass is just an assistant. But you see what I'm saying. Now to Austin Metcalf, this is Wednesday. 3 hours later, look at the timestamp. 3 hours later, Austin Metcalf will not be here after he received this text message. 3 hours, almost down to the minute. Austin Metcalf death certificate has about 10:56, 10:57, 10:58. 3 hours later, he didn't know he was going to be here. He didn't know that he was going to come up against a young man that name of Karmelo Anthony, who was not going to let him beat him or punch him or abuse him under a tent where he was invited at. You and Red are on the bus early, so somebody is sending him this text. Get the tents and whatever you need. This is 8 o'clock that morning. There was a coach that made the bad decision. Set example on how to conduct yourself today. Be a leader. I need you and Rutt to hold us down. I would be helping with the hosting, the meet, so I'm going to lean on my older guys. If this Coach Starr or Coach Bass, I know you regret this. For sure, Coach got you. That's all he said. He didn't say, "Oh, coach, thank you for giving me another time." Now, Coach Starr knows exactly who he's talking to. Once again, he's giving. It's like he's awarding bad behavior. For sure, coach got you. That's all he said. For sure, coach got you. He ain't said, "Thank you, coach, for trying to give me another opportunity." No, nothing. And then look at this. The very last text message that he sent, the day after, almost 2 days after he got unalive. "Love you, man. Sorry, I didn't say it enough. Coach." But I understand. I'm gonna let it go. I ain't gonna say nothing. I'm gonna let it go. I'm gonna let it go. I ain't gonna say nothing, coach. I ain't gonna say nothing, coach. I ain't gonna say nothing, coach. I'm not gonna say anything, coach. This they didn't even bring to court, but we already know that. Now, I will be fair. This here is actually, it lines up with the 2D diagram of the wound, but they didn't bring it to court. They didn't say about no fingerprints, no blood analysis, nothing regarding this. Nothing. And guess what? I think it was, who was it? Where did we see that at, Vestas? Where, in the arrest record, that the police did not find the knife on their own. It was a witness that took them to the weapon. Y'all heard me right. It was witnesses that said that he dropped it. The police did not find that knife on their arm. They said he dropped it, and the witness took them to the weapon. Hey, I'll let you come up with your own conclusions. But it was a witness that took them to the weapon, the same weapon they didn't bring to court. I wonder why. I don't know who. I don't even know what this is. Is this Eddie's? Is this Eddie's? Is this Eddie? Because Austin didn't have none of this on walking through the gate. Didn't bring it to court. Didn't bring it to court. What color is that? That's like a grayish. That's greenish. Grayish. Maybe it's lightning. Maybe it's lightning. But this look greenish. It could be the angle, right? It could be the angle. It's just me. It could be just the angle. I'm pretty sure it's the angle. I'm pretty sure it's me. This is the inside. This is the coach jacket. This is the coach jacket. Is his name? Let's see here. Now that I know his name. Oh, that says Bandy. Karmelo Anthony book bag. He puts his items in his book bag. Looks like a serial unalive to me. Clean clothes. Except for that little smudge. Where's his pants, y'all? Why they not showing Karmelo Anthony pants, y'all? You know why they're not showing Karmelo Anthony pants? You know why they're not showing these blue pants here? These blue pants. You know why they're not showing Karmelo Anthony pants? Because I can't find a picture with Karmelo Anthony pants. You know why they're not showing? My theory. Because they showed the shirt and it didn't have anything. I think the reason why they didn't show his pants because of how he was sitting, that would show proof that maybe Austin impaled himself on Karmelo Anthony tool, or the blood was so low, people would think, well, how did the blood from the chest get so low on Karmelo Anthony pants? But we don't see no pants, no shoes, no nothing. Why is that? So graphic, just for education purposes only, just for educational purposes only. If you have never really seen the womb that took Austin Metcalf out of here. So warning, 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 disclaimer, warning, warning, warning. But this is the womb that took Austin Metcalf out of here. Let me 100%. This, they say this is the womb that took him out of there, not the stomach wound. And we still don't see a picture of the stomach wound. This is doctor. AI said this is definitely doctor. This is edited. Now, this is the issue, and we all talked about this, so I'm not going to go in grave details. But see, this is why I said this is what the medical examiner didn't do. She didn't put Austin's name on here, nor his age, nor the date that she wrote up this. And this is actually what they showed in court. So that, and the case number is wrong. She didn't sign it. She didn't date it. She didn't stamp it. So the new legal team should be able to throw all this out. They don't even got his date on it. The name, age, in the case number is wrong. But hey, she gonna say maybe she was tired. But hey, it is what it is. Now let me check the website. And if I don't see anything, I'll go to the comments and then I will leave you to your day. Oh. He know he's lying too. Jeff need donation. Oh gosh. Say Jeff needs donation. Yeah. Say Jeff need donation. Jeff keep talking about his foundation. That's the third interview he's talked about his donations. I'm gonna say his foundations. Thoughts. You got me laughing now. I can't concentrate. Okay, so right now in Collins County, it's going to be a 1 hour after court's supposed to be closed. Let's see if I got an update. Back and forth, nothing. Let's see here. I'm going to read you your comments. Let me put this on the screen. I'm going to read you your comments, and then I'm going to let y'all go. This is nothing updated. It's nothing updated.
It is finally Friday. Welcome to the Post. I'm Lauren Prisbel here with Megan Boyd, and we are on day 2 of really closely following this Karmelo Anthony hearing. This is concerning a possible appeal in the case. Yesterday, a lot of eye-opening things. We learned a lot about what wasn't talked about in the trial, what the lawyers for both sides had decided or gentleman's agreement to not discuss in the case. Kind of evidence on both sides that definitely didn't put either of them in positive light, I think is safe to say. We are continuing our team coverage. We still have Alex Boyer back in the courtroom with us this morning. He is giving us really minute-by-minute details over the computer because no cameras are allowed inside. And then we got Lori Brown outside the courthouse joining us with some of the updates. Lori, what's the latest? What are you hearing is happening inside?
So, Lauren, right now the co-counsel for Karmelo Anthony is on the stand. Longtime criminal defense attorney Toby Shook. And he talked about how he was a former law partner with the prosecutor, Bill Wirskye, and they were friends dating back to 1994. The defense team thought that would be a good idea because he would know how Bill Wirskye worked, but perhaps the friendship might have created this sense of trust that now we're seeing the big breakdown of that has prompted everyone to be here in this motion for the new trial. So it was Wirskye that approached his friend, Toby Shook, about this gentleman's agreement. And we have now learned a lot of new information about exactly what both sides didn't want to get into this trial. On the defense side, they didn't want information about Karmelo Anthony's girlfriend reporting that she was worried that he was stalking her. She reported that to the assistant principal the morning of the stabbing. There was also a text message that he had sent back in 2024 talking about, when I stab someone, I want to lick the blood off the knife. So very potentially damaging information. And then, but also From the other standpoint, there are issues involving Austin Metcalf's character that the prosecutors wanted to keep out, involving a racially charged graffiti incident, 7 school suspensions, a stay-away order from a black student, and also an assault that happened back when he was 10 years old involving a girl. So lots of important information writing on this verbal agreement. Now the question is, can that verbal agreement translate into some kind of legal error that would...
Hold on, y'all. Hold a second. This is pants.
Agreement translate into some kind of legal error that would be grounds.
Did y'all see it clean? Okay, so there's no blood even on his pants or shoes. There's no blood on his pants or shoes.
Or that would be grounds for a new trial.
Yeah, we had an attorney here yesterday on the Post, and he said, you know, those gentlemen agreements or whatever's discussed, it's not illegal. It can and is done in a lot of cases where the two attorneys talk and they figure out how the case is going to go down. I thought something that was, well, first of all, I want to mention Alex just posted that the defense is rested in the case.
So taking a 15-minute break.
15-minute break right now. So that's what's going on in there. But interesting something, Lori, the judge has said in this case that his ruling will be submitted by email. It is not something, usually the judge will get up and he'll give his ruling from the bench. But I'm curious, I'm wondering if because of safety concerns, after the court yesterday, we saw everybody pour on out. Everyone was outside, a little charged, if you will, too, even without a decision made in this case. But I'm wondering if security is an issue. They also talked about how the lawyers were worried about their safety and the judge was worried. So, but the judge is saying that he is his decision when it comes on if there will be an appeal and not another trial in this case will come in the form of an email, not from him on the bench.
Right. Yeah, that ruling will be filed electronically, and then a spokesperson is going to email that ruling out so that we can all find out. And of course, that will take away potentially some of the security concerns. Security concerns have been talked about a whole lot during the trial. There were a lot of death threats involved, and so that has been a real hot button issue. Now, the atmosphere out here is a lot different than it was during the trial. A big part of that could be because there is a big overflow room. So instead of everyone being outside, they're being able to be in.
Hey, hold on. You know what, Lady PC, how you doing? You're right. I hope he has a professional behavioral therapist and counselor on staff at his foundation. Because you're right, Jeff, you're not a specialist. You're not a professional. And Jeff, you already know that you got behavior issues also. You have impulsive issues also, Jeff. We're not going to forget, Jeff, we're not going to forget about your rants on Nancy Grace, your impulsiveness. This is where these boys actually got it from. I forgot about biological evidence and DNA. Jeff, what if the boys is actually demonstrating or did demonstrate what they actually got from you, Jeff? So you're right. Jeff, I do hope in your foundation, when you're trying to help others, what license did you have to counsel anybody? Jeff, why you're not talking about going to school, what classes you're going to take, where you're going to get your license at, how you're going to be certified, what supporting staff you're going to have. And matter of fact, Jeff, where do you plan on counseling anybody? Thank you for that, Lady PC. I forgot about that. You got to be a trained profession. Who you go talk to, Jeff? Lord, I forgot about that. Thank you, Lady PC. Jeff. Oh, Jeff, stop.
Inside and follow what's going on. But I can imagine that ruling could really cause very strong emotions on either side. So perhaps it is a wise idea that this will come at a later time.
Thank you.
Lori, we obviously have been following. We knew this could have maybe wrapped up yesterday. They're taking this 15-minute break now, so we'll watch closely to see how much longer this goes. But it seems one of the center conversations that's happening is about Karmelo Anthony's decision to not testify. We know that it is the defendant's decision whether or not to take the stand. But do we know if his attorneys recommended that he testify?
Yeah, that has really been the million-dollar question, the question that I was wondering all day yesterday. And we have now learned that we're not going to probably ever find out whether his attorneys recommended for him to testify or not. And the reason is, when Bill Wirskye, the prosecutor, asked Toby Shook, did you recommend that he testify, or did you recommend that he not testify? And Russell Wilson, Anthony's new attorney, objected, citing attorney-client privilege, and the judge upheld that. And so the counsel will not ever have to answer that question about what their recommendation was. But Bill Wirskye kind of put some language in there saying to his friend Toby Shook, hey, you know that I relish cross-examining a witness. And Toby Shook said, I do. So you could kind of read between the lines there that Karmelo Anthony's counsel, Toby Shook, knew that Bill Wirskye could be really tough on cross-examination. So perhaps they did make that as a recommendation for him not to testify. We know that in the end, it was Karmelo Anthony's decision, and he stated on the record that it was his decision not to testify.
Hold on. Let's tell it all now. 10 to 30 minutes when lawyers are hitting you with all this legal jargon about the pros and cons of testifying and not testifying, and you got a 19-year-old kid. Let's tell it now. Let's tell the truth. But maybe they don't know the truth like we know the truth over here, Vestas, because we did the homework. We went through the documents. We went through the documents over here. So, but let's tell the truth.
Yeah. The attorney we talked to yesterday said it's always up to the client first if the client just says they want it or not. But then, the attorney always has to weigh everything. And
I wonder for 1, 2, and 3. And maybe, like I said, I'm benefit of the doubt. Maybe these women don't know, but if it was their son back there that was on trial for first-degree murder, would they like the fact, or would they say this so nonchalantly if their son's a husband was only given 10 minutes to consider testifying or not when you first said that you was going to testify? But Mike Howard knew he had to do something to confuse Karmelo Anthony mentally to not get him to testify. Mike Howard said that now. Mike Howard said that. He hit him with so much stuff that Karmelo Anthony just basically just kind of like, okay, I'm not going to testify then. Just to play it safe, I ain't going to testify. Mike Howard said that now. They hit him from every pros and cons of this, pros and cons of this, pros and cons of this, pros and cons of this. And the only reason I know that it's true that Bill Wirskye and the judge was talking about a lesser charge because Mike Howard said it in his affidavit about lesser charges. The pros and cons of this, 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 the pros and cons of... For real, Mike Howard said he was hitting him like this. Boom, 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 boom. Anybody would have said, okay, okay. I just want to testify. If you saying, okay, it's going to be, I won't testify. Mike Howard did it.
And if this does go to a new trial, at least the attorney we talked to yesterday said this could be months. I mean, this isn't something that would happen quickly. He also mentioned that the majority of murder cases that try to be, murder convictions cases that try to be appealed in Texas, I mean, the ones that get that appeal, that get a new trial is very, very slim. It's a very slim margin if you're just taking a look at the numbers. So this would be a big win for Anthony if that indeed were to happen.
Right. It's definitely a high bar. Everything that we've heard so far doesn't necessarily point to any legal errors, which is the bar that they...
Oh God. Okay. I'm cutting her off. She don't even know what happened. They just, Jesus, Father God, Lord Jesus. Oh, just like they said, the bar hard, the high was bar for John Roach to be recused. That just happened 24 hours before they get out here. And, oh gosh, I'm done. I'm done. Let me go to the comment. Let me take care of Vestas and then I'm gonna let y'all go. And then y'all can let's see here. Then I'll let y'all go because I definitely want to be on standby. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. 1 second. 4 minutes ago, closing arguments up next. Each side will have 20 minutes to summarize their case. All right. Let me go to the comments. Closing arguments. That means that the defense have rest, the state has rest. Okay, gotcha. Given their closing statements. Based off the time they said it was, the defense now is giving their closing statements. Oh, that's Fox. Not Fox News. Fox 4. I'm not going to find it. There's too many Foxes out here. Oh, let's see him. Let's see what they said. This Fox 4. Let's see what, of course, it's not in here, but let's see him.
Hi, we're at Kuykendall Stadium. My friend just got stabbed.
Okay, do you know who stabbed him?
We have no clue. He was sitting in our tent, but you need to send an ambulance right now.
They're on the way, okay? Give me a description of the person that stabbed him.
He was wearing a gray Essentials hoodie. He was black. He's standing out on the track right now.
He's standing on the track?
Yeah.
Okay.
His blue sweatpants on and John.
Okay, what did he stab your friend with?
I don't know. My friend's bleeding everywhere.
Okay. Where was he stabbed at?
The chest.
Okay. And do you still see the person that stabbed him, or did he leave?
It was Austin. Austin got stabbed in the chest. I'm sorry, what did you say? It was Austin. Austin got stabbed in the chest.
And do you still see the person that stabbed him, or did he leave?
It was Austin. Austin got stabbed in the chest. I'm sorry, what did you say?
The person that stabbed him, is he still there? Do you still see him?
There's adults on him, I think. Yeah.
There's adults that are trying to keep him there?
Who he is. Sorry, what?
The person that stabbed your friend, is he still there?
Yeah, he's still here.
Okay. And
he's with the coach.
There's a coach with him?
Yes, he's with. People got him.
Okay. Do you know if he still has the weapon on him?
No clue, but he's like he can't do nothing. He's done.
What do you mean?
He stabbed Austin Metcalf in the chest. What?
What do you mean he can't do anything? What's going on with him?
Coaches have him, he can't hurt anyone.
Okay, when you say they have him, are they physically holding him down?
No, they're just holding him, walking around.
Okay.
Okay. He was under our team. Austin tried to make a move.
And do you see any of the responders there yet?
We hear the sirens, but
okay.
The coaches sent us out. We're all walking to our buses.
Okay. So you're going to get on a bus right now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the rest of the students are walking towards the buses?
Yeah, everyone's being evacuated out the stadium.
Okay.
Thank you so much for being quick.
Okay. Just follow whatever directions you're being provided by either the officers or by your coaches, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and disconnect with you, Nathan, but we've got all kinds of help headed that way.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Hey, thank you so much for the love, Miss Jada Beauty. Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
What is the location of the emergency?
Hi, we're at Kuykendall Stadium. My friend just got stabbed.
Okay. Do you know who stabbed him?
We have no clue. He was sitting in our tent, but you need to send an ambulance right now.
They're on the way, okay? Give me a description of the person that stabbed him.
He was wearing a gray Essentials hoodie. He was black. He's standing out on the track right now.
He's standing on the track?
Yeah.
Okay.
His blue sweatpants on and John.
Okay, what did he stab your friend with?
I don't know. My friend's bleeding everywhere.
Okay. Where was he stabbed at?
The chest.
Okay. And do you still see the person that stabbed him, or did he leave?
It was Austin. Austin got stabbed in the chest. I'm sorry, what did you say?
The person that stabbed him, is he still there? Do you still see him?
There's adults on him, I think. Yeah.
There's adults that are trying to keep him there?
Know who he is. Sorry, what?
The person that stabbed your friend, is he still there?
Yeah, he's still here.
Okay. And
he's with the coach.
There's a coach with him?
Yes, he's with. People got him.
Okay. Do you know if he still has the weapon on him?
No clue, but he's like he can't do nothing. He's done.
What do you mean?
He stabbed Austin Metcalf in the chest. What?
What do you mean he can't do anything? What's going on with him?
Coaches have him, he can't hurt anyone.
Okay, when you say they have him, are they physically holding him down?
No, they're just holding him, walking around.
Okay.
Okay.
And do you see any of the response?
Hold on, did I hear Austin try to make a move? What? Hold on. I'm trying to listen to the background noise. I need Jeanette Brantley. I need Jeanette Brantley to extract the primary voices that we hear, and I need her to go into the background with her professional expertise and tell us what people are saying in the background. Jeanette Brantley, I need you to take the Karmelo Anthony, the chaotic 911 call, extract what we're hearing, and tell us what's being said in the background. I need to contact her because I want to know something. It's a lot going on in the background, just like it was a lot going on in the background of that CETO call. I need Jeanette Brantley to do this for Karmelo Anthony because I need to know. People is talking in the background. I'm trying to hear it. But he said, Austin, what?
Okay.
Okay.
And do you see any of the responders?
He was under that tent. Austin tried to make a move.
Okay.
Okay.
And do you see any of the responders there yet?
We hear the sirens, but
the
coach just sent us out. We're all walking to our buses.
Okay. So you're going to get on a bus right now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the rest of the students are walking towards the buses?
Yeah, everyone's being evacuated out the stadium.
Okay.
I just said it.
Being quick.
I just said it. The call sounds like the CETO call. Just not paying attention, but I understand the shot. Yes, sound like the CETO call. It was Hunter that did that because they said, no, we don't know who did it. But he described Karmelo Anthony. So you okay with Hunter having breaking place and attacking people? Okay, you taking care of trolling him. That proves that it was just not a push attack, it was shoulder. Let's see here. Hold on, let me check real quick. Let's see what I'm doing. A refresh right here. Let's see you do a refresh, closing arguments. Prosecution. Bill Wirskye encouraged the judge to look at the record. Okay. 17 minutes. Oh, okay. Hold on. Bill Wirskye encouraged the judge to look at the record. Prosecutor Wirskye up next for the closing arguments. I don't think there's much to say about this agreement. Now, Bill Wirskye, you was the one that said yesterday that you offered agreement. Bill Wirskye now say, I don't think there's much more to say about this agreement. He said he encouraged the judge to look at the record, which he said he captured what happened 17 minutes ago. Defense attorney Russell closes. Defense attorney Russell Wilson, Karmelo's Anthony defense attorney, showed a Wallace flow chart to the court to start his closing statements. He said switching to having an overflow room during the jury selection to not having one during the trial triggered Waller. Again, Waller refers to the Supreme Court ruling that sets the legal standards judge must meet if they want to close a courtroom without violating a defendant's Sixth Amendment right to a public trial. Wilson also talked about Collins County Judge John Roach's television interview where he said he could have allowed audio in the overflow room, but didn't want people, bloggers, influencers, and others to twist the words and use audios in any way. Well, John Roach, this is against Karmelo Anthony. If Judge Roach said this word for word and he said, and I trust Wilson, he referred to it, this right here is no brainer. New trial. No specific waiver was given or agreed upon on the record to close the overflow room, triggering Waller issue. I totally agree, even with my layman's knowledge on legal, what Waller was. He also said the general agreement ultimately impacted Anthony's ability to testify on his own behalf. That is true. Come on with it. Come on with it. Okay. Come on with it. So they hasn't closed court yet. So any minute now, once I get the last thing, we're good, y'all. In the video, one of the white boys is seen dumping something and get away. They set the black kid up. Yeah. And that was the second witness testimony that we did run. Hey, how you doing? Yeah, how you doing? Her name is Janet. Janet or Jeanette? Well, how you doing, Lip? Thank you for all the love in the background. How you doing? Gosh, that's a good idea to analyze the background conversation. Yes. The video proves Austin and Hunter was throwing Karmelo back and forth like a football. Yes. Yes. Yes, they did. They did say Austin was trying to make a move. I heard it before. Okay. Yep. Okay. Yep. Sounds like the Nolan Well call to me. Yes, I heard it. Austin was trying to make a move. And definitely the police body cam. Yes, definitely the body. Yes. Oops, I think you already showed that video in that link. What's up, Pickaboo? Okay. We need Jeanette to clean up the call. We all agree. I want her to tell. Yeah, I don't even know how to contact Jeanette. I want her to clean up the background of this call. Someone, the bully with the tent to liars, especially Eddie the traitor. They showed the very first video when it happened. Oh, and didn't see it anymore. Austin tried to make a move. Yep. Tony, they say if you play it in your car and put one of the speakers on something else, you'll hear the noise that cut it out. Oh, okay. Okay. We'll take a screenshot of this. Hold on. All right, thank you, two queens. Thank you. Oh, and thank you for your love too in the background. Thank you so much, lady. That's what he said. Austin tried to make a move. Well, Austin actually did make a move. Austin definitely, he jumped on him. Cookie, okay with Austin beating up his mom. Yeah, what they don't know about Austin beating up his mom. Austin tried to make a move. Yep, Austin tried to make a move. Austin tried to make a move. I agree, sound is actually like Hunter. It does sound like Hunter, don't it? It really does sound like Hunter. Let me do a refresh real quick. It really does sound like Hunter. Hey, y'all let me know. Y'all start looking at the other Nick at Nights legal docs talk. If they go online, I definitely will end this live because I definitely need to know. We all need to know what actually came out in court because it's another full day. So it's been 2 full days for Karmelo Anthony Motion for a new trial. Trust me. It's been a fight. But y'all let me know if one of the other content creators are going on that actually was in the courtroom. He even said, I don't think there's much more to say about this agreement. It's your agreement, Bill Wirskye. Wow. He's not even trying to defend his agreement. May all parties involved that know the truth get no rest until the truth is revealed. I agree with you, Courtney. I hear Austin's trying to make a move. So somebody know. Well, the witnesses already testified what Austin did to Karmelo under that tent. You can't, what? It's not like it's normal for everybody. What done happened up in here? He was on that tent and Austin tried to make a move. Gotcha. Okay. That's what he said. He was on that tent and Austin tried to make a move. Austin definitely made a move. Austin tried to make a move. Mr. Metcalf Hunter said Austin tried to make a move. Try to make a move. He said Hunter tried to make a move. Hunter got his brother on the lot. He definitely did. Tony, her name is Jeanette Brantley. Thank you, Jeanette Brantley. Yes, ma'am. They must question the white boy riding himself of contraband. I sure think it was drug. Oh gosh, grubs. I sure do. Tony, we see the tools again. Okay, the blades look different. Hold on, let me do a refresh. I definitely will bring them up. I thought it was only me, but hey, let me bring them up. Let me bring those tools up again. One. See, that sounds like Hunter talking. And then 2. Yes, we need Jeanette. Also, Austin tried to make him move. Maybe that's what it was. Austin tried to make him move. You heard it right. Okay, tried to make a move. That tried to make him move. Gotcha. That's what he tried to make him move. Austin tried to make him move. That's what it was. So now Jeff is blaming everything on his ex. What? That's what I said. Yep, Austin tried to make him move, meaning Austin got physical with Karmelo. Facts. Totally facts. Maybe if you get a new trial, the attorneys will get the right. Matter of fact, we don't even need that. We just once we get a new trial, the first thing that the defense attorney is going to get is the crystal clear video. And once they present that in front of a court and grand jury showing Karmelo Anthony got jumped and was and defending himself, y'all, you don't need to go to court. That right there, all the charges should be dismissed. And then all hell would break loose in Texas because Karmelo Anthony and his family will be filing one of the biggest lawsuits ever. Once that crystal clear video is presented to the grand jury in the new trial, new trial for what? It will show that Karmelo Anthony was self-defend. He was defending himself. Y'all, that's when all hell's going to break loose. That's when all hell's going to break loose. Austin tried to make a move. I've been saying they're assuming Karmelo did it, but Hunter did it and Eddie. Right. He said he didn't see what happened. The 2 witnesses that we read their testimony, they both of them said they didn't see Karmelo Anthony hit him. I read one of the witnesses. He's sitting knee to knee with Karmelo Anthony like this, knee to knee. He said it was very tight in there. It was Eddie, Karmelo, and then him, or Eddie, Karmelo, then him on this side. He said he's sitting right there. And he even said he didn't see Karmelo Anthony hit Austin. He said they were sitting knee to knee, shoulder to shoulder, just like this. He said in testimony, he didn't even see Karmelo Anthony hit him. Well, who saw Karmelo Anthony hit him? Nobody did. Definitely 2 knives, exhibit 33 and 34. Oh, these 2. Gotcha. 30. Okay. Listen, I don't see how they could turn colors, but and I can't even see. See, I would say, okay, these are the same ones, but you see a little DNA up here, right? You how they took the picture, you can't even see the DNA over here, but that's look like 2 different colors, y'all. Maybe it's me, maybe it's just my eyesight. Let me minimize this so y'all can see them in the same frame. But hey, maybe it's just me. Thank you so much, Heavenly. Maybe it's me. Tried to make it move. Okay, lies, Jeanette. Lies about what? What happened? Jeanette Brinkley was it? Yeah, I did hear that she was there with her wife. I did hear, and she confronted Sticko or whatever his name was. He was harassing content creators, including them. Also was trying to make a move. That's what I heard. Texas Senator James Carrell's was convicted because there were no black members on the jury and the system. Okay, Tellerico. Okay, Tellerico. Okay, Tellerico. Hold on, let me go back to this website. Let me see if there's any updates. All right, Tellerico. They said Ken Paxton is losing bad in donations, but Texas, we definitely need y'all to go out and vote, Texas. Do y'all believe when they went to the bus, all of them had their phones? Matter of fact, one witness was testifying. I think he was the second one. He testified under the tent when Austin and Karmelo Anthony was going back and forth. Everybody was on their phone. And they said when they got escorted or was asked to go to the bus, they said the students was on the bus for an hour to hour and a half before law enforcement ever came to them. And when law enforcement came to them, if it was a lie, the witness said it. They said law enforcement asked them if anybody had anything to say, if they saw anything. On the stands, I think it was Mike Howard or Toby Shook asked them, did they discuss what happened under the tent? And they say, yeah, of course we discussed what happened in the tent. I want to highlight that because it was the prosecution. It was the prosecution in volume 8 said, guess what? He said, and I'm going to pull it up. I'll definitely put this up. He said, the prosecution said that the kids, because their attention was in different places, they basically put the story together. You don't believe me? Hold on. He said that the kids basically put the story together. Let me pull up this right here. It was Bill Wirskye. The prosecution said regarding the story, the kids put the story together. Volume 8. Oh, I'm sorry. They pieced the story together. Here you go. So y'all thought I was playing over here. Y'all thought me and the Vessels was playing over here. Then this is Mr. Bill Wirskye, right? Do you think these people are lying? No, I think they're nice and from good families. They are just mistaken. He said the witnesses are just mistaken. They saw what they saw. Their attention was where it was, and they pieced the story together. Did y'all see this? This is what the prosecution said. The prosecutor said, let's see here. This is what they said. This is what the prosecution said in closing statements. They pieced the story together. Let me show you. This came from Mr. Wirskye. What did he say about Coach Redmond? Oh, let's see. I remember that story. Man, it's been some good talks we've had over here, y'all. Coach Redmond would have never heard. Vice versa, he wasn't surrounded by nobody. That's not what the whatchamacallit said. Let's see here. But I want to show you, this is the prosecution talk. Oh, and the prosecution, this is proof that the prosecution said about motive. He said it didn't matter what the motive was. This is, see, Mr. Wirskye, right? Okay, this is his closing statements. Let's see here. He basically told everybody, do not turn Karmelo Anthony warning into a threat. He said, do not let them turn a threat into a warning. So Karmelo said it was a warning. The defense attorney said it's a warning. See how he reversed it? The prosecution said, don't let them turn a threat into a warning. Karmelo Anthony didn't threat Austin Metcalf. And then he says, you know it was a threat. No, you're supposed to prove that it was a threat. You heard the testimony. You know it was a threat. It wasn't a warning. It was a threat. That sounds like he's trying to temper with the jury, what the jury is thinking anyway, right? Let's see right here. Now, he brings up Coach Redmond, which is surprising. He brings up Coach Redmond, but why he's not bringing up that Coach Redmond talked about the womb in the stomach area? And then he had a secret. It was hidden. He was the only one with a knife that day. No, he wasn't. And we don't even know if that was Karmelo Anthony because you didn't tell us his fingerprints was on it. Why they never listen? Even with the gentleman agreement, it was in the gentleman agreement that they agreed upon not to introduce the knife. Why they didn't introduce the knife, y'all? But here we go. But I want y'all to see this. They pieced the story together. The kids pieced the story together by Karmelo Anthony hitting Austin. Why? Is it because he was the only one under the tent, not part of memorial? Let me do a refresh. Do y'all see any content? Tony, they failed out. Twins most definitely had a knife. No, they put right. We all know the prosecution against people to put people in jail and prison. The judge said he'll decide tomorrow. Okay, that's what I was looking for. Okay, so he would decide tomorrow. All right, y'all. He'll decide tomorrow. But remember this. The prosecution said, this is the prosecution own words. They pieced the story together. Do I need to show you anything else? The prosecution said they pieced the story together. And they were coached so boldly to have the kids at Metcalf has for the barbecue. Facts. Here's the link. So one thing about, try to put the link in here. No fingerprints. They didn't say nothing about fingerprints. No, nothing. No fingerprints. Nothing. Blood analysis. Nothing. They didn't even show proof that the blood was Austin because they ain't talk about no blood on the knife. Karmelo needs prayer words tonight. More prayers, facts. So that means he's heard enough. So that means the state has rest, the prosecution rest, the judge has basically said he got enough information. So tomorrow we would definitely know, y'all. Whoo! First of all, you don't put all the kids on the bus together, and they were supposed to have been separated to get Jesus. The kid himself said they was on the bus an hour and a half before law enforcement even came to them, y'all. That's what they said now. You're right. Witness piece of story. The prosecution said the witnesses pieced the story together. The prosecution said that. So as did he call the parents to let them know what their son was saying or stalking, or did he contact the authorities for this? We want proof of the messages. I definitely want proof of the messages. The girlfriend said it's not true. And so the principal was notified. Then we need to see, right? I want to hear from the principal too. Thank you. Again. And guess what? I'm glad you said somebody could come in here and say, well, the principal couldn't, the principal wasn't there. Oh, yes, it was. Somebody could have picked up the school and talked to the principal because the district track meet that the Metcalf twins was not supposed to be at was on a Wednesday. School was in session because it was the first witness that described before the incident where all of them, including Hunter and Austin and all the other friends, they went down the hill to go to the gym where some of the other athletes in the middle school was working out. So school was in session. You're right. I want to hear the principal say all this. The corrupted people need the license removed. They were by Metcalf, the dad. Ray Johnson, not the guilty boys, just posted. Okay, hold on. All right. Oh, can't spell right now. Okay. That was 19 hours ago. Let me go to here. Live. Where they posted at? Videos. No, it's not on the videos. Home. Let's see if they posted. Past streams, shorts. I'm not seeing it. It would show if they was live right now. Let's go to my sister page, Legal Doc Talks. They must have posted on like a different platform, but I'm gonna come back to this here, Legal Doc Talk. Last video she did was 22 hours ago. Please subscribe to her channel. She's actually a paralegal, and she will be working with the No Guilty boys. They have actually asked her to do some work for them. So please go out and subscribe to Legal Doc Talk. Trust me, she's a real paralegal. So she hasn't said anything. Let me go to posts. That was 1 day ago. So as soon as they come on, I go off so everybody can actually go hear from the content creators that was in there, because actually it was the content creators that came out and told us everything we needed to hear during the original trial. And trust me, without them not being there with their independent content, we would have never known about how they railroad Karmelo, how the parents wasn't in there because of the security guard wouldn't let them back in there. The 30 minutes for the jury to come back, 2.5 hours for the punishment. The 2 wounds. The independent content creators showed out. What somebody said? What do the boneheads think about what's on the police and the school records for the Metcalf boys? Listen. Let's see here. Oh my God, it's almost 8 o'clock. God dang. Okay, hold on. Just post. I couldn't find nothing from him. No, guilty, boy. Not guilty. So if that's the case, court has already been out. I'm gonna read about 5 more minutes of y'all comments, and then I'll let y'all go so y'all can go out and support the content creators that were there. Most definitely. Nothing yet from them. All right, let me go down to the bottom, then I'm gonna let y'all go. But thank y'all so much. Thank you for being here today. I thought we actually was gonna get some official news, but not today. Do not introduce the night because the DA pieced the story. Oh gosh, you came back with that. Shame. Them bullies should have not been allowed. So anybody want to know, this is volume 8 of 9, and y'all see it's page 55 in volume 8. Okay. When I like to ride the bus, so they ain't saying it's okay for right. They pieced the story together. Right, weekend bunny. Much love. Forensics, DM, off, nothing. The school needs to have charges brought against them ASAP. This is a blank burning circus. It's a different from a canopy. Canopies have buttons you press, tubing going in and out. Failing to call in expert witnesses, gentleman's agreement, but allowing the student witness, come on, right. They know what they was doing. Thank you for that, Flo. They didn't see Karmelo strike Austin, yet they claimed it was self-defense. And guess what? The medical examiner, in all of the questions for the medical examiner, they was talking about hypotheticals instead of trying to get her to explain how Karmelo Anthony hit Austin in the chest at that angle, sitting down the whole entire time. And also in the gentleman's agreement, they said that Mike Howard, now listen, the ME is a forensics pathology, but in the gentleman's agreement, they said Mike Howard could not bring his own forensic scientist. What? So the ME spoke for the prosecution, but Mike Howard could not bring his own forensics pathologist. Y'all. You're right. Justice for Karmelo. You're right. Free Karmelo. Girl has been retaliating for whatever reason. Tony, please check out Doc's twins. They're at the courthouse as well. So if they're on, I'll let y'all go so everybody can go out and support their channel. No, this ain't it. Doc's twins. I know this ain't it. Put it back in the chat. Maybe I typed in the wrong thing. Hunter said he tried to make a move. Defense needs to subpoena the girl in the yellow and do a forensic search on the cell phone. Hey, that's if she still got it. We're not getting the right written decision today. That is true. Got rid of a setup. Smash the TV topic. Live. Hold on. I'll play a little bit of it and then I'm gonna let y'all go. So I definitely don't want to take her views. I'm not that type of content creator, but I want to play about 2 minutes, 3 minutes of it.
Finish line. No. Sealed documents are a thing. If y'all were so
I know her face.
concerned about the legitimacy and things getting out,
I know her face.
It's a sealed record. And he tried to make it seem like he know what the fuck he was talking about. I said, see, you clear people. Yeah. Not today. I answered said, no, you're going to show up. You're going to show up to this slaughterhouse that you tried to slaughter one of us. And we finna feast on you with the truth. And that's essentially what happened.
Hold on, let me go to the beginning. Oh, 18 minutes. God dang it. Hold on, I'll play a little bit of it.
And what the prosecution said, they're so like inadequate in their explanation. Anyway, the judge has until 11:59 Sunday to let us know something.
Hold back up. I know her. Her name Knick Knack a Kit Kat. I saw her for Frenzy. Did I pass it already? God dang it. Here we go.
Another thing, this girl clean their deck. They gotta know. They gotta let us know
Well,
something.
tell me who you are.
Queen motherfucking 88, the biggest. Catch me at the Mo 3 trial next week. But anyway, the judge has until 11:59 Sunday to let us know something.
Okay, Sunday. Monday morning. We'll know something Monday morning. Okay, guys.
Ready? I said, I know you ready to go hard.
First of all, Wirskye is a piece of shit.
Okay.
He lied several times. He contradicted himself several times. I think the main thing that we saw today was the two best friends battling out. You got Shook, you got Wirskye. Shook really confirms the behaviors of Wirskye. Because that gentleman's agreement, because everybody should know about the gentleman's agreement, the one that really set Karmelo up for failure.
Right.
He said that the agreement is if we get close to breaching, we got to alert each other. He didn't alert them until 2.5 days later, and he got it wrong. He thought they said that it was, he thought Karmelo said chess player, but back on the record, after he looked at it, after it was over, after he didn't yelled and cried bloody murder, that, he did say he liked to play chess. So at that moment, what it did was it limited Karmelo's ability to decide if he wanted to testify. He was in there seeing them going blow for blow. And Karmelo even said, I don't trust Bill.
Ooh.
We never heard that.
Right.
So when you're looking at that gentleman's agreement they had, it was not in writing, which is important because Karmelo's new defense team asked him to reduce it to writing. He didn't want to because he know he would be fucked if he did. So after that, they go into the actual, after y'all made this agreement, why y'all didn't reduce it to writing? Because it's the record. Russell argued throughout this about procedure. It's on the record. If we had the record, we will be able to determine exactly what happened. They don't have a record for a reason. And the way Toby confirmed it, he confirmed that, yeah, we got into a screen match because I felt like you were playing on my top. Like, best friend or not, right is right and wrong is wrong. Even though I still don't agree with how Toby and them handled it.
Right.
Because, one, you never give up your client's 6th Amendment and 5th Amendment right. You never give up their constitutional right. And that's exactly what they did. And when we looked at the text messages or the character evidence, the one thing I want people to understand, The state wants to focus on saying, "Oh, Karmelo, we did him a favor."
Right,
Look at all
lies.
of this character
Lies.
evidence.
Lies.
A defendant's character is never on the main platter. You have to open that door. The victim's character is always up for discussion in a trial, no matter what.
Right.
Whether the door is open or not. So what the state did, they knew that. That's why they approached them. They knew what was going on. It was like, oh, we can't show that our client is a racist.
I told you.
That's the reason why they struck the 3 black women, because
Ooh.
if that character comes in that he's talking about black women, he didn't beat up on black women.
Yes, he did.
The black women gonna be like, oh,
Yep.
not on my ancestors.
Yep.
I don't care. I don't care if y'all told me to be fair and impartial. I ain't side you. I ain't tell me that he was a racist.
Right. Right.
So they knew that. That's the reason why they struck those 3 black jurors. And it came out in the behavior and the responses. So what Mike and Toby confirmed is they got played. They got played in the way that he did it. He said, well, I didn't know Karmelo was going to testify. In a self-defense case, you have to 30 plus years of experience on the prosecutor and defense side. You taught self-defense, sir. Your PowerPoint says
that's her face.
The defendant is known to testify in a self-defense claim. So that's essentially what they broke down.
That's right. That's Thelma.
Wait a minute.
That's Thelma.
You said you didn't know he was going to testify. But you handle self-defense. You taught self-defense. You are board certified. You've been doing this for over 30 plus years. You done tried cases with Toby and y'all did self-defense. How you want to say now, oh, I didn't know he was going to testify? And actually, the defense ain't got to tell you a fuck thing.
Right.
You don't get to see what they're doing, and that's essentially what he did. He bullied them. He waited to the last minute, got them hemmed up, the pressure, the anxiety, the rest. He know that was going to fold, and that's the reason why Karmelo didn't testify, and it came out. And I'm just like, is you cool? Do you not understand that what's done in the dark gonna come to light, and it came to light, but it had to through the defense. Like the way Russell methodically handed them belt to ass should be studied. He kept his composure. The defense was emotional. They wanted to make Karmelo look like an animal. They wanted Karmelo character in text messages. Nothing ever happened. Anything that is in those text messages, he never equated to actually committing.
We told
what they
this.
Accused to be
Yes.
So
yes,
all of what they were doing was trying to divide the people who support Karmelo.
For the trolls in the room, listen what she said. They didn't show no proof.
Karmelo looked like. Understand that what's done in the dark gonna come to light, and it came to light, but it had to through the defense. Like the way Russell methodically handed them belt to ass should be studied. He kept his composure. The defense was emotional. They wanted to make Karmelo look like an animal. They wanted Karmelo character in text messages. Nothing ever happened. Anything that is in those text messages, he never equated to actually committing what they accused to be crimes.
Accusations.
So all of what they were doing was trying to divide the people who support Karmelo, because bringing up text messages about black women, sir, we don't give a fuck. We still black, and we see what you're trying to do. You're not gonna do that.
Yes.
You should have. If you wanted to play a clean case, y'all should have brought that shit out
in the beginning.
Y'all battled it out like y'all supposed to. They ain't want to battle it out. They wanted to say, "Oh, let's come to this agreement." You know why? Because Austin was a piece of shit. He got raised by pieces of shit. He was a domestic terrorist. He was a racist.
I said domestic terrorist.
He was a human being.
I
He
said
beat up on women. He had an alcohol addiction.
Oh.
All this shit that they needed to come and choked out his mama. That's why
I told y'all
that to come out, because it was going to come out.
I told you.
That's why they let me approach him about a gentleman's agreement.
I told y'all.
How about we do this? No, it was only advantageous to the state. It harmed the defense. And when he went on his whole documentary, because he was up there giving a fucking weak ass, sleepy ass, nighttime medicine documentary, everybody in there like
out the gate.
Tried to muddy the waters, but sir, proceed Procedure. If you want to ever win a case, focus on the procedure. Don't focus on the emotion. Go to social media, be emotional, but when you file your paperwork and when you get up and you argue before the judge, it's procedure. And that's the advantage that Russell had over them, is he focused on the fucking procedure. Bill Wirskye, he got amnesia by the time it was time for Russell to come up there and interview him. He was like, oh, I don't know. I don't remember. It was just a month ago, sir. How you don't remember?
And he just said yesterday in court that the agreement was here. So I'm not going to play no more of it. I want y'all to go to support her channel or this channel here. But y'all, God dang, what a way to end. What a way to end. Yes. I'm glad we was patient. I'm grateful how people showed up. And what she said is true. What she definitely said is true. Bill Wirskye knew what he was doing. He wanted to put out all of this information about Karmelo Anthony, so all the black supporters, we could start going back and forth with each other. Well, I shouldn't support him. Oh, Karmelo Anthony is trash. Oh, Karmelo this, I'm not going to support him no more. Nah, we ain't doing that. We still standing right here. Listen, if we still here after day 73, we still going to be here for Karmelo Anthony tomorrow, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, all the way up to the new trial. And even at the end of the trial. But listen, when that crystal clear video comes out in the pre-trial process, it ain't going to be no trial. All charges will be dismissed. Now, I'm going to go ahead and do this right here. And then I'm going to let y'all go so y'all can go to the other content creators. Sure enough, Bill is evil. He had amnesia. Oh, I don't know. I showed you what he said right here. What did he say right here, y'all? He said, it really ain't that much to talk about the, what did he say? So she's saying it's true. He said, I don't think that's much more to talk about agreement. It was your agreement, sir? Oh, yeah. This should be a slam dunk for Judge Michael Chitty. Come on with it. Collins County has wakened the giant. Come on with it. I'm trying to tell you. I got to go watch this whole thing. Well, facts. We know them by their fruit. So we don't watch all weekend long. They say up till Sunday night at 11:59. May come out Monday. It actually may come out tomorrow. Yeah. What's up, Peter Supernatural? We got a game tomorrow, and we on watch. So Tasha, a full day of court hearings. The state called defense called Toby Shook as their last witness today. Then the state prosecution, they called their witness was Bill Wirskye. All day long, court just ended. As of right now, the judge said he was not going to give his decision today. So he got tomorrow up to Wednesday night at 11:59. And then it may come out Monday, may come out tomorrow. But right now, the whole entire thing is rest. The lawyer, the judge is going to do his deliberations review, whatever, and he's going to send out his decision by email. Y'all. So that is what it is. Technical breakdown here. I love it. Thank you, Tim. I love her. She be on their ass. Now I'm going to play a little bit more.
Your courtroom is down the hallway. How do you get access to a Zoom, cockroach? See, that's why you needed to be
Wait.
Been on his ass. Yeah. Smash been smashing the gas, and he don't like. If Smash was in that courtroom, he was gonna put your name in it too. But make money out of it. He said, but that's the thing. If it wasn't for the content creators, if it wasn't for independent media, if it wasn't for the influencers, Karmelo's case would still
Thelma Anderson,
a thing of the past.
Yep.
It's because of us and because of how his defense team went in there and really dug in. They only had less than 75 fucking days to prepare for this.
Yes.
They got the judge recused. Oh, and the judge was on the fucking Zoom. How did you got recused, Judge Cockroach? And how the fuck you participating and viewing in on the goddamn trial? You should have brought your ass up.
You mean to tell me John Roach called into the Zoom to see Karmelo Anthony's second motion for a new trial? John Roach couldn't stay away, y'all. This is called a narcissism. John Roach, you sitting down the hallway, but you on dialed in on the Zoom so you can hear everything. John Roach, you should have just stayed away. Did y'all hear this? Damn, John Roach. John Roach dialed in on a Zoom call just to hear everything that went down. And you know you was part of it. Oh, you know what he was hearing? To see if Judge Michael Chitty was finna hit criminal charges against John Roach and the prosecution and Mike Howard. He sure could have.
Independent media. If it wasn't for the influencers, Karmelo's case would still be a thing of the past. It's because of us and because of how his defense team went in there and really dug in. They only had less than 75 fucking days to prepare for this. They got the judge recused. Oh, and the judge was on the fucking Zoom. How did you got recused, Judge Cockroach? And how the fuck you participating and viewing in on the goddamn trial? You should have brought your ass up here. You were part of the public. Your courtroom is down the hallway. How do you get access to a Zoom call?
Hey, so everybody, put her channel name in here because another investor want to know. Her name is Thelma Anderson. Oh gosh, what public court attorney? Y'all, can y'all put her channel name so everybody can go and subscribe to her channel too? This particular channel is called Smash the Topic TV, but she also has a channel. Her name is Thelma Anderson. Public Court of Opinion. Yeah, Public Court of Opinion. That's her name. This is great. Thank you.
See, that's why you need to be recused. He literally got
welcome,
his ass
welcome,
on the
welcome.
Zoom. Yeah, he was on that Zoom.
He was on the document. You can see his name.
Yeah, that's not supposed to happen. But that's why.
So you saying he still got his hand in the cookie jar?
Yes. He's still listening in.
Like what I said, like a little rat, just chomping away.
Yep.
But that's the reason why advocacy matters. That's the reason why Black lawyers matter. Even a diverse team that he had.
Yes.
It was just great to see us standing up for us.
That's right. That's right. Thank you, Vestas. That's right, Vestas. That's right, Vestas.
Oh, he tried to make it seem like this was a big spectacle. Talking about it was both sides. No, it was that side. They started the race thing. We just showed up to remind you, we are the products of our ancestors. Don't nuck.
Come on with it.
Come on with it. The ones that gonna look right back on you. We ain't no killers, but don't push them.
Go away.
You know, I ain't no killer at all, y'all. Don't ever get that confused. I'm calling the popo. I'm calling the laws on you.
All right, I'm gonna stop playing the video, but it's got so good. Oh, it got so good. Oh, who is the woman on the screen? Her name is Thelma Anderson, the Public Court of Opinion. Let me see him. I can pull up a channel now. Thelma Anderson, the Public Court. I know I'm putting it in here wrong. Court of Opinion. Y'all put it in the chat. Oh, here you go. Is this her? The public. Is this her? Yeah, this her. The Public Opinion Court. This is her. Her name is and she's a real lawyer too. She's a real lawyer. So yeah, here's her channel. Shout out, sister. Go ahead. They need to lock his ass up. Come on with it. What's up, Roy? How you doing? Tell him, Thelma. Roach wants to be sitting on another. Roach is in there spying. And he didn't even change his name on the Zoom. He didn't even change his name. Y'all, he's sitting like this, y'all. He's sitting like this right here. He's sitting like this. But he got his name at the bottom. Judge John Roach Jr. You stupid buffoon. Judge Roach sitting like this in the court. And all they do is see his name. John Roach was sitting in the courtroom on Zoom back behind a black scene with his name showing. Lord, that man was stupid. That man's stupid. John Roach, he's spying in. John Roach was spying in. Damn, I'm glad I played it again. I would have missed that. John Roach spying in. Get rid of him. It was John's reporter. That novel you trying to write? Yeah, he's still trying to write there something. You welcome. The people started this conviction integrity union in this case. Ooh, Texas does have an integrity unit in Texas. It's some type of integrity division in Texas. That is true. They do got one in Texas. You're welcome. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Hebrew lawyers matters. Come on with it. Slithering and listening in. John Roach, this was the highlight of the day. Chio said John Roach went in like this, sitting behind a black screen, but his name is at the bottom. The Honorable John Roach Jr. Damn, he didn't know. All day long, he's sitting in there behind a black screen, and his name is just going across the bottom. I said, Lord have mercy. I needed to hear that, y'all. Oh, she's a former Texas. Ooh. Okay, who, me? Thank you. Thank you. Shout out to the content creators and black media for keeping us informed and united. Yeah, I don't care what Karmelo Anthony, I don't care. It still don't match. It don't even compare to what them twins had. Public course opinion. Yep. All right, Vesta. So we on the lookout all weekend long. Smash don't mind. Oh, you sure he don't mind? Shonda Not Rhymes. I like that Shonda Not Rhymes, but still, I know he's a big content creator, but still, I still just like to show respect. I still like to just show respect. So, man, that was good. John Roach is in there sneaking. Okay, hold on, y'all. Just a little bit more. Hold on. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more.
At 3 o'clock every morning, so I was always baby.
Oh, 1 second.
Here, but that unwritten gentleman's agreement.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So when they say the next court date?
Well, he has to make the decision by Monday.
So they coming tomorrow?
No, it's done.
It's done. Okay, so it's done. Nothing tomorrow.
Oh, so it's over.
It's over. Okay.
So he ain't gonna do it today.
He got to make the decision by Monday.
So we'll go.
It's gonna be posted. Yeah, it's gonna be posted.
So he just go. Oh, he ain't go. Nobody coming back. So I ain't got to come to Collin County.
No. No, you can go live from your house.
Okay, that's you heard me.
Okay, y'all.
I've been waiting out.
Be on standby.
Whose stuff is this?
So hey, be on standby. Tomorrow I gotta take care of my other Vestas on the other side of this channel. But y'all be on standby. Y'all be on standby. Make sure you have your notification. Look at all these beautiful sisters, the black community. We even got some supporters from the other communities too. Look at our brothers and sisters. Oh, that's Jeremiah. Look at it. Day 3. Don't forget, day 1 was the motion to recuse John Roach. Day 2 was the first day for motion to new trial.
They gotta let us know
Well,
something
tell me
about
who you are.
Queen motherfucking 88, the biggest. Catch me at the Mo 3 trial next week. But anyway, the judge has until 11:59 Sunday to let us know something. So we'll know something about Monday morning.
All right. Well, look at our beautiful sisters out there. Look at our beautiful sisters. Look at our beautiful sisters in community. Now, this is just the ones that actually is there at the time. I'm pretty sure it was 40 seats in the courtroom, 100 plus seats in the overflow room. So this is just a small snippet of people from that community. Yo, yeah. This is hilarious. Just listen in. There go Jeremiah. Jeremiah. And then I'm gonna let y'all go, y'all. Jeremiah. Hey, it's the community, y'all. Look at this. Oh, did y'all hear? Was it yesterday? I think it was yesterday. Or was it this morning? I think it was Atlanta lawyer. She said, when Karmelo Anthony team came in, must have been yesterday or the day, they said everybody stood up and they raised their fists in the air. I said, ooh, that's how you do it. They still got their fists in the air. And all this weekend, y'all make sure y'all got your fists in the air. Karmelo Anthony about to get that new, listen, think about this, y'all. Think about this. If the court, if the judge didn't really want to consider this, he could have said motion for a new trial denied today. But what he's going to do is, this is probably 9 times out of 10 what he's going to do. He's going to already know which way he's going to go. He just got to go and dig up all of the legal stuff to support his yay or nay. I forgot what it's called, but supporting cases. Supreme Court, this, y'all, it's going to come out like this now. It's going to be multiple pages. That judge got to draft up multiple pages, okay? Just subscribe. Thank you so much. Oh, you subscribe to the channel. Good, Roy. Good. She's a prosecutor. Okay, good. Okay. Well, hell, if the prosecution saying that the prosecution Bill Wirskye did illegal stuff, well, this like a prosecution calling a prosecution out. Oh, this shit right here, this should be easy. This should be easy. All right, Peter. All right, Peter. Tony, thank you for an awesome line too. We about to get out of here today. We don't stand by and watch all weekend long. The judges are going to let us know the decision tomorrow. Okay, gotcha. Thank you, user. How you doing, user? How you doing? Great idea. Get the background sign. I heard it. Yes, I need to get in contact with Jeanette Brantley. Ooh, a lot of lies. Damn, he wants to get out of college. He wants to see what they saying about him. You're right, John Roach. He wants to see how many times his name was mentioned and who mentioned it. Lord have mercy. Love my black people. Yes. And Bill Wirskye got amnesia on the second day. I don't know. I can't remember. I don't know. Bill Wirskye, it was your agreement. I don't know. That's his name. Jebediah is on Facebook now. Okay, I'm finna let y'all go. I'm finna let you go. Thank y'all so much, besters. Thank you. Y'all know who I'm talking about. Nikki, don't do that. Jebediah. That's it. Jebediah. Kanika Jenkins. Almost. Guess what? Her color was purple too. Her purple was color too. It's not the onions, y'all. I'm not crying. It's okay. Kanika Jenkins' color was purple too. Jebediah. That's it. Y'all go ahead and drop off. I'm just trying to show love to all the comments. I want everybody. Thank you for your coverage, Tony. I've been watching for 4 hours. I just want to show love to all the comments. So go ahead and drop off. Thank y'all so much for all of the love. 73 days. We've been standing strong. The knife, the picture of the knife. Right. They brought the knife to court, but didn't bring the actual knife because the prosecutor said he didn't want to touch it. He didn't want to put in the gloves. Sir, you don't supposed to touch it anyway. You're supposed to keep it inside the sealed bag. But we talking about Collin County, Texas right now. Crazy. Don't cry, Geneva. Don't cry. Love. We have to stand together. Yeah. He has right his own opinion. Y'all are still in here. Oh, I love my black women. I thank God for y'all. Hey, you welcome. Look at my aunties, grandkids, sisters. Yeah, look at her. Free Karmelo Anthony. Gino, I'm gonna cry. Listen, he ear hustling. You're right. Somebody is crying for Jebediah. That's it. Thank you. You're welcome. Welcome, y'all. Thank y'all so much. Look at the white lady. Hey, because just like we got black people that hate Karmelo Anthony, we definitely had black people that hated Karmelo Anthony. Let me put that channel.
Free Karmelo! 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 Self-defense is not
When the women be coming through for it now.
Whoo! I'm just trying to show love. Y'all go ahead and drop off. Y'all still in here. So I got 500 people. I'm just showing love to the comments. Be safe, everybody. Please be safe. Just know what climate we in, okay? And the weekend, you know that people start doing stupid on the weekend. But Rose still.
Self-defense is not murder. 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 So free Karmelo. 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 Free Karmelo.
That gave me chills when you said that. Can you imagine how Karmelo felt? Yes. Yes.
We'll be back.
Bless you too.
We'll
You welcome.
What do we want it? Now. What do we want? Justice. What do we want it? Now. If we don't get it, shut it down. If we don't get it,
You welcome.
if we don't get it, shut it down. If we don't get it, shut it down. If we don't get it, shut it down. And if we don't get it, shut it down. And if we don't get it, shut it down.
Amen, 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 amen. Beautiful sister. Come on with it. Come on with it. Abdominal wound won't kill. Mary. I need to look that up for the next. Mary. I need to look that up for the next. Mary. Well, they sure need to prove to me that Karmelo Anthony hit him in the chest sitting down at that angle. We're going to let you go, girl. It got a game tomorrow. You better be here tomorrow, Pickaboo. I know he feels the love and overwhelmed. Yes. We want justice to chills. Chills. I love it. Yes. Yes. All my black sisters in here chats. That was also just in the internet form. Let's not look. No, we ain't. Who? 73 days. We've been sticking like glue. We ain't going nowhere. We ain't going nowhere. Oh, Bill Wirskye tried it on the black community. Bill Wirskye tried it on the black community. He tried to divide us today, throwing out all this negative stuff. Like, when Karmelo, no. It still don't compare to them twins. And I still say, I'm going to go back and look at it. I bet he put some of the bad stuff off of them twins onto Karmelo, because I'm like, hold on, it's just too much. It's too much similarities, like 1-to-1. Tony, let run for office. No. We'll stand till the wheels fall off. Oh, Johnny, don't do me like that. I only got 2 more. This was awesome. Hey, what's up, CJ? Don't forget about the game tomorrow now. Don't forget about the game tomorrow. Yes, free Karmelo Anthony. Exactly. Bill tried it on the black community. Yes. Sylvester's. Oh, until next time, make sure you go to get your notes, your drink, and your vest. Because we stay vested up over here at Tony Talks Vested Up, Compelling Sports Edge. Come on. I'm serious thinking of running for office in my small town. Oh, Pickaboo, I know who you are. Time will, I wish you the luck, but time, them lies didn't do nothing. Yeah, them lies ain't do nothing. Bill, and he didn't even show no proof. She said he brought up stuff that he didn't even show no proof. Y'all, what if he made up all them text messages, y'all? What if he made up all them text messages? Like Karmelo background on compared to Austin? Yeah, he's projected. What? She said he didn't show no proof. He didn't show no proof of the text messages. Not even a screenshot. Just got back, y'all. Still saying free Karmelo Anthony. Free Karmelo Anthony. Come on with it. Tony, I have cleared the fridge and freezer. You know what? You know what? Got my drink. Thank you. I'm finna go get my drink too, Peter. See you tomorrow in the live. Didn't sound like Karmelo's. Not at all, Cindy. He got served. Ooh. Russell Wilson put that belt to y'all know what he did. They will lie until the end. I just got off work. You make me sick, Pickaboo. He made up a whole lie with no proof. I mean, Tony, you good? You good? Oh, yeah, I'm gonna leave on this one. Well done. Tony Talks Vested Up. Thank you so much, Kim. Thank you. All right, Vesters. Until next time, make sure you go to get your notes, your drink, and your vest. Because we stay vested up over here at Tony Talks Vested Up, Compelling Sports Edge. Whoo! Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. That's okay. We still here, y'all. We still here. I told y'all all those text messages were fake. You sure did. I think his brother, we all talked about that too. So we go talk some more. All right, investors, go rest, catch some other content creators that actually was in there because I took care of business outside. And now it's time to go support the content creators that was actually in there. So yes. I believe me too. We go talk about it. I'm going to leave on you, Kim, tonight. You taking us out tonight. Thank you so much, sweetie. You taking everybody. But Karmelo Anthony legal team is arguing that the entire process for his murder trial violated his constitutional rights and is asking for a brand new trial. Now, I'm going back to what I said at the beginning. If the judge, we haven't heard what judge is going to be appointed over the motion for a new trial. As of now, it's not going to be Judge said Harrell, whoever that judge is, I would call Mike Howard to the stands, put him on the oath, and ask him exactly what happened. Do you stand on every word in your affidavit that was signed on the 5th of July? We're talking about 21 days ago. Mike Howard is going to say with his chest, I do. Oh, my. That's what I'm saying. It's going to be for any judge. I don't care whoever it is. It's going to be hard for them not to take that in consideration, that Mike Howard, the own defense attorney, lead defense attorney for Karmelo Anthony, going up on the stage on the oath, and I said I stand by every word that I put in my affidavit almost 2 months ago. No judge, hey, by default, new trial. And then also I want to hear about the conditions. I want to hear about the conditions about Karmelo Anthony being released, because at this point, Karmelo Anthony should not even be behind jail because of the railroad and the collusion and the sabotaging that they did. They should release him, right? I would say on his own reconnaissance, or go ahead and put that leg monitor on him. But it should be something where Karmelo Anthony should not be behind those bars, because he didn't even have a defense. Karmelo Anthony basically went into the courtroom with all a prosecution team, no, what they call it, ineffective assistant counsel. Woo! See, I still got it. Ineffective assistant counsel. Karmelo Anthony basically went in there with no assistant, no legal assistance. It got so deep that they even have what they call it, a script for his mother, what his mother could say, even in sentencing, what his mother could say and what his mother could not. Oh, it got that deep. And you mean to tell me you did this all for a young man that was guilty? Let me drink.